Usman did it. Not yet. Oh, no, no. I've seen Arturo. Okay.
Here present, paramount chiefs and other traditional leaders here present, all participants from around the country, we are here this morning. We are here for a very great purpose. We are here to serve this country. We are here this morning to serve our conscience. We are here to do justice to Sierra Leone. We have been invited, we have been called here this morning to a national dialogue for us to talk about critical issues in our country and to find solutions to problems that have been plaguing our country. We have the opportunity to change the trajectory of Sierra Leone. And the opportunity is now. And you who have been invited, you are here this morning. We all have the responsibility to take this bold decision and to guide the government to lead us in this country. I want to appreciate our president, Dr. Retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, for initiating this program, because this is his initiative. He has long desired to reform Sierra Leone, to reform systems in this country that can make Sierra Leone progressive, that can make Sierra Leone develop. He has long identified the problems to address as president. And this is just one critical one. He has solved a lot of our problems. He has made a lot of reforms. And we see they are working very well. So our president requires our support. And therefore, we will give him all that he requires to transform this country that we all will be proud of. I will not take the moment to talk much. Speakers are going to come and they will talk on the issues. Whilst they will come to talk, I would therefore want that we actually call people that will tell you the basis of our gathering here today. And I will start to invite Mr. Ngolo Kata. Mr. Ngolo Kata has been given a very great responsibility. We know about the national agreement that was made, and we know the outcome of the national agreement, from which popularly we know about the tripartite committee and the recommendations that committee made for this country. And our president, retired Dr. Julius Maada Bio, chose Mr. Ngolo Kata to steer the business and for us to reach to our destination. So Mr. Ngolo Kata is the coordinator for the Tripartite Steering Committee that will help to reform a great deal of our laws in this country. And this one here, for which you are here, is just one out of many. So therefore, I have the pleasure to now invite Mr. Ngolo Kata to come and tell us the purpose and even welcome us here to this program. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Ngolo Kata, please.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chief Minister, Ministers of Government and Deputies, Paramount Chiefs who are present here, our development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure the moderator has already welcomed you. So let me quickly run to the other side and set the stage for the reason why we are here this morning. So we are all aware that the tripartite recommendations, 80 of them, are already being implemented, and most of them are through constitutional and legislative processes, including even this one we're speaking about today. Today, especially, we're here to speak about Recommendation 78. Recommendation 78 speaks about a preferred electoral system that Sierra Leone wants to use in coming elections. And we're looking at two electoral systems: the proportional representative electoral system and the first past the post electoral system. So let me spend some time to tell you where we have come from as we gather here today. So over the past 1 month, we have had series of engagements and conversation, both technical level and at regional level. Before I speak about that, let me just tell you, something that we all need to know. That Sierra Leone currently uses two electoral systems legally in existence, as indicated in the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Act number 6, 1991. Sections 38 and 38A of the Constitution of Sierra Leone provides for two distinct types of electoral systems in Sierra Leone, i.e. the first past the post in Section 38 and the district block proportional representation in Section 38A. Over the years and during various electoral cycles, both systems have been used interchangeably. Since 1996, these two systems have been used 3 times interchangeably. 1996, 2002, and 2023, we have used the PL system. 2007, 2013, and 2018, we have used the first past the post system. But for the other people that we want for know, what's really in this electoral system, what they talk about? It say, now system what will they use? Where they translate political power, they determine votes cast, counted, and translated into political power. But then what they talk about? The system will mean say now a framework where they determine how votes and then they cast, counted, and translated into political power. So this system a day in procedures, regulations, and rules then where they govern the way citizens they exercise and vote them, and for prefer the candidates where they want for either at the seat of presidency on our parliament and local council. Now that's what we talk about. So the relevance of this meeting, what we hold today, the relevance of this meeting is for all key players and stakeholders who are here to understand an in-depth knowledge that constitutes an electoral system. Like I have said to you, these are systems that we have used before. So we are trying to implement recommendation 78 that says we should create a mechanism that will strengthen our electoral processes in Sierra Leone with the full participation and meaningful contribution of our citizens, and I will take you through that. The objectives are to conduct a critical analysis of the electoral landscape of Sierra Leone and profile plausible recommendations for adoption of an electoral system for future elections, and to develop a roadmap for national consultations and dialogue across the country for citizens' input into deliberations on the choice of electoral system. We have gone across Sierra Leone, as you will see. This gives you basically the targets of people who have met with. In the course of this period, we have had conversations with very close to 2,000 Sierra Leoneans, both in Freetown and today, and across the 5 regions. And we have not just spoken to men and women, we have also brought in our brothers and sisters who are also persons with special needs. So this is one of the consultations that took place. And this is a technical consultation. And this consultation dealt with the electoral management bodies and the security sector. It was a closed-door conversation. And we spent almost a whole day speaking to them because as you look at the tripartite recommendations, the huge number of recommendations goes to the Electoral Commission, PPRC, the Office of National Security, and it speaks about the role they play in the electoral landscape. And so you see that we have had very strong conversations with them, to know what their challenges are, their possibilities associated with two electoral systems, and suggestions on preferred system based on contextual security and electoral management needs. So you can see the picture indicates the meeting that we held with them. The next was leaders of the Interreligious Council, and they are here again today. They have also had conversations with us. It was a very energetic meeting, but I'm sure we'll hear from them as well today. After that, then we had all registered political parties. They are also here today. I mean, APA is here, the All People's Congress is here, the Sierra Leone People's Party is here, and all the other registered political parties have been invited. And that's the meeting. And then we had another technical meeting that was a moderated expert panel, where we had 2 experts, people who knew about the 2 electoral systems, 1 international, 1 local, and then we had 4 discussants, people who had been around these 2 systems for a very long time. And we took, and then we brought a mix of Sierra Leoneans across Sierra Leone and Freetown, I mean, from all walks of life. And that particular technical program was broadcasted live. And that's the picture you're seeing as well. After that, we then went up to the regions for a set of engagements. So you can see that throughout June, we were in Northwest, Putloko, where we brought Karine Nakambia to join Putloko for conversation. We were in Makeni, the Northeast, where we brought Falaba, Kwenadugu, and Tonkolini to meet with Bombali to have conversation. We were in Kenima, also where we brought Kailam and Konon to join them. We were in Bo, where we brought also Pujang, Bonds and Moyamba to join them, and then we were in West and Rural. You can see a core of the pictures. This is Northwest, and part of the core conversations there were about low knowledge of the electoral systems in Sierra Leone and the need for building a stable democracy, promoting cooperation between political leaders, to address community changes. All Sierra Leoneans want to live in an atmosphere of peace, unity, inclusion, and development, without which their individual livelihoods are impossible. So this is from Northwest. This is Northeast. Another conversation, the role of the elections in divisiveness, violence, and political leaders, lack of focus on development at local levels, the national character of political party leadership selection reflects the national character of Sierra Leoneans, not just one region, increasing representation of women, youth, and persons with disability, etc. Those are some of the conversations that got out of that particular engagement. The East, reducing the cost of elections on the national budget and for political parties as well, increasing party members' stake in political parties, nominate candidates that community members want, a political situation that promotes unity, peace, and inclusion, without which livelihood issues are impossible as well. This is both South, managing diversity and promoting inclusivity. I mean, we are core of the issues. Accountability of political parties, cost of elections, political leaders of the same tribe, same constituency, but different political parties seek to cooperate to promote the interests of people in their constituency. This is where we are today. Our being here is about speaking about Sierra Leone, the seriousness that we want to put in elections in Sierra Leone. And that's why you are all here. We have tried to invite 500 Sierra Leoneans across Sierra Leone to be here today, across all walks of life, including political parties, paramount chiefs, religious leaders, people with special interests, development partners, Sierra Leoneans, young people, students, young, etc., women, so that we speak on this very serious issue once and for all and decide on moving forward. I will stop here and create the environment so that we can hear from our facilitators who have done a marvelous job in putting together a synopsis of what has happened across the country. Thank you very much.
I think we need to clap a little better for Mr. Ngolokata, because we now know why we are here, and he has provided us the ground for discussion, and we know exactly what we'll be coming to do here today. When they chose me to steer this business, and coming from the civic angle, I would want that I will not miss the opportunity whenever we gather as Sierra Leoneans, that we get some civic consciousness. We remind ourselves. Our business is to remind us all about nationalism, about patriotism, and the key or core values to this country, and which NASED stands to promote. It is not in the agenda, but I asked humbly Chief Minister that we go through this one quickly, then we will follow the agenda. I think some leaflets have been distributed to some partners, if not to everybody. Small papers of this one has been distributed, and on this paper, one face is talking about the national pledge, the other is talking about the national anthem. That is very key to this country, and I would want to ask you all humbly that we please stand up. Please, we all stand up. You have those papers around, we can share, we can peep through it. We are not going to sing the national anthem, but I will ask that we read the national anthem. We are not singing, we read the national anthem so that we understand each word in the national anthem. So after 2 counts, we all go together. 1, 2. We exalt thee, reign of the free. Great is the love we have for thee. Firmly united ever we stand, singing thy praise, O native land. We raise up our hearts and our voices on high. The hills and the valleys re-echo our cry. Blessing and peace be ever thy own. Land that we love, our Sierra Leone. Let's please turn the back and also read the pledge. Read the national pledge together. We go. 1. I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her honor and good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity, and put her interest above all else. So help me God. Thank you very much. Please let's sit down. This reminds us of our commitments to Sierra Leone. Sierra Leonean, and even those that come to residence in Sierra Leone. This is for us all. So, while I asked that to read this, there are key words here. We put the interests of this country above all else. We stand united, firmly united, to serve this country. That is what, and we say we love our Sierra Leone. So I truly ask, do we love Sierra Leone? Do we love Sierra Leone? Yes. Who is the Sierra Leone you love? And why are we fighting always? So please, okay, sorry. So it's just a reminder of what we pledge to do for this country. And especially for this session, I ask that we put all interests and serve the interests of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much. So we continue with the program as is here, and the people are listed to come and make statements. So I will go according to how it is on the agenda. I therefore have the honor and pleasure to call somebody that is behind this gathering, that is behind the consultation, that is running a very big organization, and they want to see that we do our reforms properly. There is a person, but Dr. Idrissa Mahmoud Talawari, to come and give us a statement from IDEA International.
Thank you, moderator. The Honorable Chief Minister, Attorney General and Minister of Justice, my friend and brother, the Minister of Information and Communication, Excellency, the EU Ambassador and the UN Resident Coordinator. What Gulu did not say to you is that all these conversations we've had across the country are funded by the European Union. Thank you very much. Citizens of Sierra Leone, there are a few things we need to answer. For us at International IDEA, the question is, why are we involved into this process? This is a Sierra Leonean process. The story about the ANU, the Agreement for National Unity, and the tripartite have been told repeatedly. But when did we get involved into this process? So following the elections, International IDEA which is the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. We started work in Sierra Leone round about in 2021, initially with an invite from the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone. They wanted us to help them training on around electoral risk management. But thereafter, we had a grant from the European Union called the Sierra Leone Democracy Strengthening Program. Our initial focus was just to support EMBs, a set of civil society organizations, ahead of the 2023 elections. But following the 2023 elections, a program of conversation, how do we reshape our intervention in Sierra Leone commenced. And I want to say thank you very much, Chief Minister, and his team, especially my friend and brother, I'm not sure if he's around, Dr. Edmond Kanu and Mohamed Lamin. We started a program of conversation with the Chief Minister. And the question we wanted to answer then, how can this program support the governance architecture in Sierra Leone? By then, the tripartite conversation was still ongoing. We did not know what the recommendations would be. We did not know what will happen thereafter. But what we did through the support of the European Union, there's another person who is not around, Enrico Esborgi, has been very supportive in this process. So we're able to develop a program of support for the government of Sierra Leone. And so what you're seeing today, what happened across the region, is as a result of that thought process over 1 year ago with the Honorable Chief Minister. Sometimes when I sit back, I begin to look. Well, we're aware that all of this was going to happen when we think through this. But this was a very good thought process between my office and this office. But we're not only supporting the Office of the Chief Minister and the Tripartite Committee. Currently, we have about 5 consultants in the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice that are helping the AG in drafting the law. And a lot of progress has happened. Happy to introduce our consultant, Luciana. Luciana, are you here? Please stand up. Luciana is a consultant from Kenya. She's a legal-minded person. She's been working with Sierra Leone for a number of years. She's the person leading the process of helping the Attorney General in writing the law. So when people say progress is not happening, and I'm sure the AG is going to speak to you about the progress, it's an indication that most of the recommendations that require legal reform process, changes into the law, Luciana and her team in the Office of the AG are already doing the process. Apart from that, we're also supporting Parliament, because it is the judgment then between myself and the Chief Minister that by the time all of these laws are reformed, Parliament needs to be willing, ready, and able to take on to these legislations or those draft laws and make them into laws. So there's a big program of support where we're supporting the legislative capacity of Parliament. So from across the Tripartite Steering Committee Secretariat to the Office of the Chief Minister, to the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, this program is supporting government initiatives that will lead to the full implementation of the Tripartite Committee recommendation. 2 months ago, we signed a sub-grant agreement through the same grant funded by the European Union to support a set of civil society organizations. One of them is a consortium led by Talking Drum Studio. It includes Talking Drum Studio, IRN, and SLAG for them to produce media products in support of communications around the process. We've done the same with Charlie, we've done the same with NIM. I'm in conversation with the Attorney General and the Minister of Information and Communication to see how we can support civic education around this process. We will be there to support what the people of Sierra Leone consider important in the democratic reform process. I'll end by saying, Golo said we have consulted about 2,000 people across this process. For 8 million Sierra Leoneans, and I'm not a mathematician, that's 0.0, maybe 0.25% of the population. So only a small proportion of the Sierra Leoneans have been consulted in this process. So those of you across the provinces, those of you seated here, you have an enormous responsibility. When you engage in this process, what are you influenced by? Are you influenced by your political interest? Are Are you influenced by your small interest, or you're actually influenced by the interest of Sierra Leone? The decisions that we'll take today, the contributions we'll be making today, are we making those contributions about making the Sierra Leone democratic architecture much more better? Or we make a judgment that a one electoral system suits my political party than the other? It's a huge responsibility. 400, 500 of you have been called to make fundamental decisions about 8 million of us. Our mothers in the rural community, our friends in the villages, who are not privileged to be in this auditorium. Are you taking those decisions in their favor? But like the people of Bo said, an electoral system is important, but it's actually the electoral process that is important. Are we running clean elections? It's when we answer those questions, we are actually taking good decisions for the future of Sierra Leone. For us, that's International IDEA and the European Union. We'll stand ready where possible to support the people of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salawari, for the background information that they are the ones funding these processes of reform in our country. I have now the pleasure again to invite, as I said, the donor partners behind this process, and that is the European Union. So I humbly invite His Excellency Jacek Jankowski to come and make a statement. Thank you very much. Only one additional mic? Very good morning, everyone. The Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. David Senga, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Alpha Sesay, Minister of Information and Civic Education, Chernor Ba, UN Resident Coordinator, Serafin Wakuna, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Heads of Diplomatic Missions present, Members of the Government present, Heads of Government Agencies, our friends of International IDEA, leaders of the political parties, the press and members of the public. I'm very pleased to join you this morning at the National Dialogue Conference on the choice of the electoral system to be adopted for the general and local council elections. This is largely a dialogue by Sierra Leoneans, with Sierra Leoneans, among Sierra Leoneans, for Sierra Leoneans. The European Union considers such a national dialogue very critical to democratic strengthening, peace promotion, and national development. I recall that the European Union is very interested in a transparent, peaceful, and inclusive electoral process. In Sierra Leone, during the past decades, the European Union has been dedicating important parts of its cooperation budget to this objective. And we are currently assisting and accompanying the government of Sierra Leone to implement the tripartite committee recommendations. Honorable Chief Minister, the European Union is here today because this national dialogue is consistent with our support program to the government and people of Sierra Leone under the governance pillar of our bilateral cooperation. We note
that while this is a national event, the European Union is happy to be a supportive partner to the collective democratic reform processes of Sierra Leone. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this gathering will contribute not only to the implementation of Recommendation 78 of the Tripartite Committee, but also to the overall health of Sierra Leone's democracy and national development. As a reliable partner, the European Union is happy to provide funding to support this process through International IDEA, who is implementing the Sierra Leone Democracy Strengthening Program, one of our two main electoral support programs. Under the Sierra Leone Democracy Strengthening Program, International IDEA has deployed legal experts in the Office of the Attorney General, who can confirm this, I hope, to help the redrafting of laws and as recommended by the Tripartite Committee. The European Union is also supporting the Parliament of Sierra Leone, the Peace Commission, the two electoral management bodies, the Electoral Commission and the Political Parties Regulation Commission, civil society organization to support the implementation of the Tripartite Committee recommendations. While the European Union funding is supporting such processes, success is in your hands as Sierra Leoneans. You must embrace the reform process and meaningfully engage with it so that the eventual choice of an electoral system is people-centered. On a similar vein, I urge the government to be inclusive in the dialogue process, to include the diversity of voices and interests involved in the political system. If a decision is taken to suit a particular interest of time, when the times and interest changes, that decision becomes obsolete. But laws are made to stand the test of time and interest. Please ensure that today's decision stands the test of time and political interest. For those Sierra Leoneans who are here today, your decisions should be guided by conscience and goodwill. Do the right thing that serves your country and your future generations. Let me thank our partner, International IDEA, for the wonderful job and the supportive effort of the Tripartite Committee Secretariat, the Attorney General, and the Minister of Justice and Office of the Chief Minister. I wish you all successful deliberation, and we look forward to seeing and engaging with the outcome of this engagement. And last but not least, the leitmotif of the European Union Ambassador. And now these three remain: unity, freedom, and justice. But the greatest of this is unity. Plenty thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for your statement. Of course, as I have just said, we will take note very seriously of the issues we need in our country. We have spoken about two donors in this process, the IDEA International, they have spoken, then the European Union has spoken. But it goes without saying that this is the business of the government of Sierra Leone. The two are supporting, they are helping, and our government is putting a huge chunk of money and resources in this process. So let's give big hands to our government. Thank you very much. So we'll continue to listen to our partners, and I have the pleasure to invite Ambassador Bryant Hunt for the US Embassy to come and make a statement. Okay. So we go to the next speaker, that is the United Nations, the UN resident coordinator, to come and make a statement. Madam Yakada.
Thank you, MC. The Honorable Chief Minister, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Minister of Civic Education, representative of government institutions, the political parties, civil society and media organizations, esteemed development partners, good morning. Good morning. You need energy today. Let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting the United Nations to this very important event, which aims to address the Cross-Party Committee's recommendations related to electoral system. I would like to commend the government of Sierra Leone, the Chief Minister in his role as chair of the steering committee, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, and the members of the Tripartite Steering Committee Secretariat for coordinating and leading the legislative reform and implementation of the Cross-Party Committee recommendations. We just heard what they have been doing throughout the country in terms of consultations. And as at the United Nations, we do recognize the significance of holding inclusive dialogue with various stakeholders. It's a democratic process to generate the public's consensus on various critical and contentious aspects of legislative and electoral reforms. And through the years, we have noticed Sierra Leone making considerable progress in strengthening the national legislation. However, the recent examination of electoral systems and processes identified the need to sustain these reforms for further improvement of electoral operation systems in conformity with international electoral standards and good practices. We then welcome the government's effort to accelerate the implementation of the recommendations and organization of nationwide inclusive consultations for the adoption of an electoral system pertinent to the governance and economic development of the country. I trust today's consultations will offer a range of practical proposals for discussions. Thus, I urge all stakeholders to constructively interrogate the merits and demerits of the various options to ensure informed decisions on the choices of electoral systems to be adopted. I also urge pertinent stakeholders to act on the adoption of the electoral system to allow the election management bodies to commence the preparation for 2028 elections. But more importantly, to provide sufficient time for raising awareness on the adopted electoral system and its operational features for the informed participation of stakeholders in the electoral process. The United Nations in Sierra Leone continues to provide technical electoral assistance to state institutions in the implementation of the cross-party committee recommendations and requisite support to the Tripartite Steering Committee Secretariat for Citizen Engagement. The partnership will continue for consolidation of electoral reforms in close cooperation with development partners who, over the years, made significant contribution toward improving the electoral process in Sierra Leone. We deeply appreciate their contributions and continuous coordination around the electoral technical assistance. In concluding my remarks, I would like to bring to your information that while waiting for the recent conducted UN Needs Assessment Mission Directions on new technical electoral assistance, the UN will continue to support the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone in the implementation of the cross-party committee recommendations. Our primary focus, we are looking for strengthening the voter registration and electoral results management systems, and also assist the Tripartite Steering Committee Secretariat in promoting awareness on constitutional and legislative reforms. So we will be building on what we are doing today, and I wanted to recognize the support from the EU that has made significant improvement in engaging all stakeholders in an inclusive manner. We will continue at the same path on consultative manner and also inclusivity, as my predecessor, the EU ambassador, emphasized. We need more inclusivity and unity among Sierra Leoneans. I thank you all for your kind attention, and I also count on all stakeholders to also support the UN when we start working on the voter registration and the result management systems, which was, for me, sitting at the Tripartite Steering Committee, that was the most difficult part of the dialogue. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam UN representative. We appreciate all of the support UN is providing or has been providing for our country. We have come to the point to listen to the guardian of civic education in this country, the champion of information, bridging the gap between government and the people of this country. He has just returned from China. I think he even came last night. We are not expecting him here. He came last night and he has found his way to be here to continue to serve this country and the people. I have the pleasure, and he went to China, not just to travel to China, but he brought in very good news to transform the government printing in this country. And he signed contract with the Chinese people over there to come and help us here. And then he will come to talk. Let us give big applause to our Minister of Information and Civic Education.
Thank you very much. On a low clap for the chairman for the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy. This man is a terrific chairman. He don't do a wonderful job. Me brother, the country in Chief Innovation Officer and Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge. My brother, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mr. Alpha Sise, Excellencies, the EU Ambassador to Salone, the UNS, my brother, Dr. Mahmoud Tarawali, I just want to point out to one of Kobe College, say, Mahmoud, Alpha, and me, we all are Davisonians from Kobe College, and both of them serve as presidents for Dinikul Hall. So Dinikul, oh yeah, we don't go Dinikul, sorry for we are. We extend with condolences to all. I want to acknowledge the presence, of course, of very distinguished personalities within Aya, the Deputy Mayor. I don't know who's all you've been there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You know they didn't cool. Condolences. I see the APC Secretary General yourself be there, President of the Bar Association, my colleague Minister of Gender, the recently outgone Secretary to the President, but Special Executive Assistant to His Excellency, the very distinguished Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, Deputy Minister of Civic Education, all other distinguished protocols duly observed. I take my responsibility as Minister of Information and Civic Education as a sacred one, especially when it comes to a conversation of this nature. So make a tell thank you to the Tripartite Secretariat for where they organize this convening and where they continue for create them platform here for lower advanced President Bio in vision. We are an open, democratic society. We all man they get chance for talk. President Bio don't make a salon, we don't afraid for talk again. They bring we together, we create platforms from town halls to engagement to weekly press conferences. So even now the fact say we get here for can discuss whose path we want to take in with democracy. One, they call her first past the post. What it means say each constituency they directly pick who they go represent them. The person can get 35% safe if the party they boku. But what's how you can force? So 70% of people will vote for somebody else. But you we can number one, who don't count down. Now you go before. Then a one system who they discuss. We don't use that before, you get boku advantage. We go hear that conversation, they say, oh, one the person. Now we pick directly, so now we put a day, the answer able to we. The second option we did before we fumble them, with man then they call them proportional representation. Now big English, so now you make I be one for spend just 30 seconds, let people let go. No, what's the option the way they in front of we. Proportional representation basically means the number of seats where you get is proportional to the amount of votes where you get. So I don't use the word proportional back. Aha. See? Make sure you pay attention. So if you get 30% of the votes, approximately 30% of the seats. So I go back to that whole example where we do election, na me mama in side come out. Na Jimmy Bagbo. Na Bagbo, we get 2-3 political party votes. Not only one we get the 36%, not only no more they take all the seats, all the power and go. The people they will vote for them other candidates, the way the total go up to 60-something%. Then self feel like say they get seats, they get voice. So when election come, then say no, say we get reason for low votes. Because we say we get seats and we go get voice. Fumble them. And the two options in this will come for discourse. Who's why you pick? Who's why you want? Now we don't consult on. And as minister, we don't go across the country, we say our civic engagement there. I just want to share what me understand as people they desire. Simple. We want a democracy where all men will feel heard, feel seen, and feel represented. We don't need for sugarcoats. Salon, we get various forms of divisions. Some of we will come on at the south, east, north, west, because me now I come all side. Papa Shaki, we don't show that pass and they come all side. Some people me na fulaman, me na mende man, I can proudly say me na fulaman, me na mende man, me na shabu man. That's the reality. You don't go get away for say, oh, you know, don't go get away for say, oh, you know, me papa ain't come a bond at the same thing. If you go bond, we no say, not try no more. You go try being in a bond, try being. Me them born me na kanike, I stand, so me na kanike boy. Yanda, who know how the politics they play as well. But the question where they play as well. But the question where many minorities from the 2023 election who use the PR system, we get the most inclusive cabinets, parliaments in the history of the country. And inclusion, not just by political representation, but by the thing the way most of we don't aspire to for many years. Women's voices, people with disabilities, different interest groups, they get a voice and then get representation. Inside Freetown here, without the PR system, we get plenty of people of who know the APC, deputy mayor there. If we vote there by the election, term after another. It will feel like say we own voice, not going to be counted. But because of the PR system, after the election, APC gets seats, SLDP gets seats. You go get the majority because now you get the majority votes. It will be the same thing reflected in a place like Moyamba. APC gets seats, SLDP gets seats. So you and a young person, when a minority, you know, say, I get reason for go votes. I get reason for show up. Now, I want to close with a few final thoughts. One, no system of democracy not perfect. I get the privilege, I used to work for former British Prime Minister Gordon Brown, and be an advisor on his team. And I remember one of the things the way one quote when he attributes to him. He said the thing about democracy now that now the first 100 years it will take for them even begin for settle. Each system is deeply, again, your own deep imperfections. The case against the PR system can be made. A legitimate case. You get reason there you will say, yeah, we want this, we want different elements, them and all. And then arguments and they get validity. But when you make a decision, where you consider all the factors and you weigh them factor the day and say which one in the present context will best reflect the best interest of this country, will it bring the country come together, will it reduce tension, will it reduce animosity, will it make sure say everybody feels they get seats around the table, will it promote peace, will it promote cohesion. We get plenty country them. We don't get this kind of system, we get similar demographic characteristics like Queen alone. From the German system, Swedish system, South Africa, Namibia, plenty countries in the world. They don't see say a democracy not for be you will win. Now you take all things. You know, from Eastern, they say this person like Mondo, where you don't chop, you clear the plate, you take all things, now you eat all things. In this system, we don't view now that if we create a system, we want person know the Mondo and collect all things go, we shape. What you get, we share. All man, invoice, reflected. You least likely for take that table and turn about the table because you said you get seats at the table. So I want to tell you and thank you here so the debate and discuss. We, at the Ministry of Information, will call on you for let us focus on the facts and let us put some of we preconceived notions aside and think about what's in the best interest of the people of this country. What's going to make sure say whether you come out Kanike, you come out Bond, or you come out Jimmy Bago, whether you support APC or SNPP, but you get easy for votes because your votes go count. And because your votes count, your voice could be heard, and you say, okay, sit at the table. I tell you now, plenty, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information and Civic Education. He has provided the education we need, and he has provided the information that will guide this process. We are coming to hear the voice of wisdom, because he is not only clever, but his work is being guided by wisdom, the custodian of all of our laws in this country. And he is the guiding spirit behind all, and he knows all of the laws in this country. So when we have doubt, we run to him, and he provides the necessary guidance. So I have the honor and privilege to now humbly call our Lord Justice Anthony and the Honorable Minister for Justice, Honorable Alpha Sise, to come and make statements.
On the side where I disagree, we say that we all know. Mr. You learn every day. Chair of the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, President of the Sierra Leone Bar Association, Madam Tuma Adama Gento Kamara, my brother, my big brother, the Secretary General of the All People's Congress Party, representatives of all the political parties, my brothers in the office of the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, the European Union, and to all our civil society champions, traditional leaders, representatives from local councils, brothers and sisters from various communities across the country. We want to thank you for being here. One that defines how power is held accountable, how trust is built, and how every citizen feels their voices count. His Excellency, the President, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, has placed democratic renewal at the very heart of his governance agenda. Anchored in the constitutional review process is a centerpiece, a process delayed for decades, but now finally within our reach. This is not about ticking legal boxes, ladies and gentlemen. It is about strength. The message is resounding. We must build a system that reflects Sierra Leone's democratic maturity and aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember how far we have come. Sierra Leone has held 5 consecutive elections since the end of our civil conflict in 2002. We have demonstrated that we can move from post-conflict fragility to democratic resilience. Twice, in 2007 and 2018, we have transferred power peacefully to opposition parties. These were not just electoral milestones. They were affirmations of our democratic identity. And for a country that went through decades of one-party dictatorship, subjected to military coups, brought to its lowest ebb as a result of a civil war, the journey we have walked to this point, though not perfect, is one that we must celebrate. But let us be candid. The road to this point has not been without its challenges. We have had several challenges, which include election disputes that expose institutional fragilities, moments of heightened polarization, voices, particularly youth and marginalized communities, feeling distant from power. These challenges do not undermine our democracy. They illuminate where we must grow. They are signs not of weakness, but of maturity. Because true democracies are not perfect. They are self-correcting. We must therefore acknowledge that our challenges are not indictments of failure. They are the necessary growing pains of a democracy that is finding its footing. They remind us that democracy is not a destination, but a continuous act of collective will and refinement. And that is why the Tripartite Committee anchored its process in inclusion. From the market woman in Waterloo, who asked if her vote still counts, to the youth organizer in Bo, demanding genuine representation, to the traditional leader in Kono, calling for reconciliation between heritage and modern governance, and to the Okada rider in Makeni, who asked only for equity in decision-making. These voices were not background noise, they were the compass. Recommendation 78 is a testament to that inclusive spirit. It affirms that what many have long felt, our electoral system must be credibility. Since 19 elections and the proportional representation deployed also in 3 elections, from wartime adaptations to the district block model in 2023. I like to say this, that globally, over 90 democracies have adopted proportional representation systems. The current constitutional report facilitates the act of voting. It must cultivate belief in democracy itself. It is therefore noteworthy that between 2013 to 2017, after over 10,000 public consultations with various stakeholders nationwide, over 133 stakeholder engagements held with women, with youth, political parties, paramount chiefs, local councillors, CSOs, the media, lawyers, 190 ministries, departments, and agencies and commissions, religious groups, relevant institutions consulted, over 80 expert engagements on key constitutional issues, over 150 position papers submitted to the Constitutional Review Committee by civil, included live debates, theme songs, jingles, and sport messages, among others, and about 70,000 forms for individuals and institutions distributed, over 40,000 website visitors, and over 7,000 followers on the Constitutional Review Committee's Facebook page. After all of these, the Justice Edmond Cowan Constitutional Review Committee, set up by former President Ernest Bai Koroma, recommended that the proportional representation system best suits this country's democratic process, and that we should, as a country, transition permanently to this system for parliamentary representation. The government has accepted this proposal in its 2021 white paper. But we say during these discussions, whether we choose the PR system or the first past the post system or a hybrid model, the test must be this. Can the citizen in Kailam, in Makeni, in Kandia Pujan, or in Potloko and beyond feel that their vote counts, that their participation has shaped governance the way they want it? If the answer is yes, then we have succeeded. So as civil society colleagues, you have been more than just stakeholders in this process. And the same is true for the security sector, for political parties, for religious leaders, for traditional authorities, and for our election management bodies. You have been the stewards of this process. So as we approach the climax of these national consultations, I urge all of us present here to remain bold, to be principled and imaginative. Let us engage rigorously and bring comparative models, empirical evidence, which are grounded in local perspectives. Let us prioritize national unity. We should rise above parties and interests and note that what matters most is not who wins, but how we play this game. Let us innovate contextually, recommend reforms that are not imported, but rooted in Sierra Leone's lived realities. Let this not be a moment of advocacy alone. Let it be a moment of co-creation. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice we make in this dialogue is generational. Electoral systems are not mere machinery. They are reflections of who we are and who we aspire to become. And that is why we say, as we discuss Resolution 78, Recommendation 78, there are also other recommendations that should be put into perspective. There is Recommendation 70, which talks about the survival of political parties, especially smaller political parties. So let us have that in mind when we discuss Resolution 78. Let us also have Resolution 79 in mind, as recommended by the Tripartite Committee, that in this national dialogue, we should also have a conversation about the rights of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora to participate in the electoral process through voting. So as we do all of these, ladies and gentlemen, let us choose a path that will around shared democratic values. This national dialogue must be remembered, not just as a policy forum, but as a democratic turning point. Together, we can use this process to define a system that future generations will not only inherit, but they will celebrate. On that note, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Our Attorney General and the Minister of Justice require a big applause. He has spoken wisdom, he has guided the process, and he has laid it bare. We are here to discuss Recommendation 78, where he has made a reference to other recommendations of the Tripartite Committee, which are all very relevant and related. So thank you very much, our Attorney General. All of this we'll be doing will be laid on his table, and he will do the final transformation for the attention of Parliament. At this juncture, I want to recognize the Paramount Chiefs that are here. The Council of Paramount Chief leader is here, Chief Sosiema, and all of the team. We are recognizing Paramount Chiefs. And we will now want to again continue to listen to key speech. This one is, we are going to hear another chief talk. And that is why I recognize the Paramount Chiefs, because Chief is coming to talk. You know, and then for us to know that there are Paramount Chiefs among us here, and their son is coming to talk, who also comes from the Paramount Chieftaincy. So they are all chiefs, either chief in making or chief in waiting. We are coming to listen to the chief of the ministers. That is where President View is a man of wisdom. He introduces this chieftaincy in our governance. Because he himself is a chief. And then when he won as president, he said, let me bring the chiefs together. And they created the office of the chief minister. And therefore, in this meeting, the chief minister will talk to us. When the national agreement was made, it was made in his hands, under his watch. The tripartite committee that was set, he was the chair of the tripartite committee. So everything in the tripartite committee recommendation and how we have to move is his work. And he is providing the guidance until we get to our goal and destination. At this moment, I have the pleasure and honor to humbly invite our Chief Minister, Honorable Dr. David Mwenina Seni. Let's give him a big applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I would like to acknowledge the guests and the speakers on the high table and every other important person in this room. But I want to start by acknowledging subsets of people who are in this room, which make this such an important and transformational inflection point in the trajectory of the democracy of our country. We have in this room, not one, I see over a dozen paramount chiefs. We have in this room the ECSL, PPRC, IMC commissioners. We have in this room not a token representation of people with disabilities, but various forms of people living with disabilities. We have in this room school children in their uniforms who are listening. We have in this room civil society, new, wax off, and many other representations in this room. And we have citizens who are following. Last but not the least, we have leaders of all the political parties in this room. I recognize in particular the leadership of APA and the leadership of APWA who are in this room. I painstakingly spoke about this because often when there are conversations being had like this, people think it's just to check boxes and it's just to tick to say, yes, we did it. But the importance of why we're here in having this national dialogue is, as we've heard all the different speakers say, our country is at a defining moment in shaping its future for what true, inclusive, participatory democracy can be. Now, yes, we are part of the government, and when His Excellency, a couple years ago, in December 2023, decided that he would set up the Agreement for National Unity, that he will sit at the table with the APC, that in the well of Parliament, he voluntarily said that he will ask for the independent review of ECSL. Many people were not happy. I'll confess to you that many people in the SLPP were not happy. They said, why? And we saw that. There are many people in other parties and civil society who were not happy with His Excellency. Why would a sitting president decide that he will subject the ECSL to an independent review? Why will the sitting president, after the opposition did not come to serve in the councils, I'm happy the deputy mayor is here, in parliament, why will His Excellency agree that he will sit and have an agreement of national unity with them? The key word, unity. And it's because His Excellency has been at the center of Bintu Mani 1, Bintu Mani 2, and Bintu Mani 3. I want to highlight something, that the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion, which became a central player in the Agreement for National Unity, was established by Bintu Mani 3. So these dialogues that we have are not nice to haves. They are not check boxes. We don't do them for our partners. We do them because the stability, the development, and the future of our country are inherently dependent on an inclusive, transformational, and participatory dialogue. So I want to thank all the parties who've been involved, the EU for supporting IDEA, and international IDEA has been essential in our progress. As you heard Mahmoud say, we didn't put this activity to spend EU's money. We thought about this activity over a year ago, and we understood that it was based within the framework of the ongoing constitution. That's why the AG's office has been a major co-convener and co-participant. And the Ministry of Civic Education and NACSID are also not here by coincidence. So the resident coordinator and the EU ambassador and all of our partners, I thank you for being here. The Agreement for National Unity has 8 activities in there. With our partners, the APC, with the citizens, we have done most of the activities, but we are not done. And there's a theme I will keep referring to. In 2023, I said, together we will deliver. Today, and then what we will demonstrate is together we are delivering. Because I'm very happy to let the people know that His Excellency has graciously accepted recommendation 4D in the Agreement for National Unity, which said that we will pay the APC, councillors, and parliamentarians their salaries, which was a major sticking point. So please give a round of applause for His Excellency for this. I'll go and visit my APC friends, so maybe they will, after they've sorted them, they will pay for drinks when I visit them next at their party office. But one very important component in that Agreement for National Unity was the tripartite agreement. We had people say that I waste time, then they waste time. The tripartite agreement is not even important. Nothing, not even that tripartite agreement did. Why make Seth then go sign that tripartite agreement? But the recommendations, the 80 recommendations that came from that tripartite agreement are already in implementation. And we heard the AG tell us that several of those recommendations are in line with the constitutional review process that has lasted for 30 years. So I want to use this moment to thank the participants of that tripartite committee for painstakingly going through that process of negotiation that led to the establishment of that document. And when it was launched again, I remember saying, together we will deliver. And until we say, the delivery, not the happy yet. All day, una say, una they deliver. But when we say together we will deliver at every given moment, it is because we rely on all of us, and not to one person, not to government, not to Madam no more, not to Chief Minister no more, that we rely on the opposition, on the civil society, on the ministers of government, on the paramount chiefs to deliver on those commitments. Recommendation 80 of that tripartite report said, I read and quote, that the final report be tabled in cabinet and that the cabinet develops a cabinet paper to guide government of Sierra Leone implementation, including legislative reforms as required. Parties call upon development partners and other international organizations to provide technical and financial assistance for implementation. Together we are delivering because Cabinet did pass that paper. Cabinet did instruct me as Chief Minister to set up the Secretariat which has been working. The development partners did support international idea to facilitate the implementation of this. Recommendation 79, at the last three there, at the end part 78, we make with there. The committee recognizes the need for early and diaspora voting, but will suggest that this issue be discussed in the national dialogue recommended in Recommendation 78. Because I am the guardian and custodian of the implementation of this, I urge the AG and the Tripartite Committee and everybody, the Bar Association, people who are here, that as we discuss, do not forget Recommendation 79, because it is explicitly clear that this convening is when that should be discussed. So if we are not being put on a speaking notes yet, do ya? We're going to add one paragraph now on the line there. And then look at you, Madam President, on the early and diaspora voting. Now, Recommendation 78, which is why we are truly here, reads, there should be a national dialogue on the choice of electoral system to be adopted for parliament and local councils between the district proportional representation system and the first past the post system. Whichever electoral system is adopted should ensure that a minimum 30% female representation is maintained at all levels, consistent with the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act. In advance of each general election, the Electoral Commission must make a regulation that sets out how the GIWI quota and any other similar measure, such as for youth, people with disabilities, are to be managed in the voting system to be used at that election. That's why we're here. We're here today because together we are delivering. What I want to really highlight is that as you listen to the takeaway from the 5 regional consultations, from the engagement with over 2,000 people, from the tens of thousands who have engaged on this process, as the AG mentioned, and the many, many more, I want to say millions, because the constitutional review process over 30 years, not to in thousands. Now, all Saluma don't participate pandande. And we're here to do a couple of things. While we are focused on the electoral voting system debates today, I want to assure you that His Excellency has continued, including yesterday, has continued to chair a meeting with the AG, with all the relevant partners in government to ensure that we conclude on the constitutional review process. We for Donna, 30 years is too long to not, as a nation, be able to definitively make a decision. I was discussing with a friend yesterday. The difference between a good leader and a bad leader is not in the decision they make. They can make a good decision and we can all be happy with it. They can make a bad decision and we can all learn from it. The difference between a good leader and a bad leader is in the ability to make a decision. We as a people will make a decision. We as a people will take the responsibility for our generation and our children's generation. The lot falls on us, and we must make a decision. Not because we are not well informed, we are. Not because we have not consulted broadly, we have. Not because we haven't brought in diverse opinions and we all expect to agree, we would not agree. But it is because we are the leaders who the lot has fallen on to make the decisions that will transform our society. So, to end, I want us to bear a couple of things in mind as we participate. Section 35 of the Constitution, I'll read. Political parties may be established to participate in shaping the political will of the people, to disseminate information on political ideas and social and economic programs of a national character, and to sponsor candidates for presidential, parliamentary, or local government elections, end of quote. The purpose of political parties not to win election, no. I think we can forget this. The reason why make party exists not to make win election. If we don't understand that essence of why parties exist, we can never have a dialogue that leads to national, social, and economic programs of a national character. We'll not go develop. The Constitution says the reason we make political party day, it lists them all. Number one, now for shape the political will of the people, waiting we as the people say we want. Number two, now for shape information, education, for disseminate information. Number three, now for make sure say social and economic program then development will happen across the country. And number four, the last one, is say for sponsor candidates then for election across the board. It talks enough for win election. So why make all the kill we self for win election? The essence of this dialogue here today, now for make we as a people then say, how we go deliver on the political party, whose voting system go allow that gizzy person with the under for make my idea be represented, whose voting system go allow for make NDP or small party for make my share political idea then. whose voting system go allow for make sure say that social economic program of national character go happen na Ferendugu. We na SLPP, we say we na party, we na progressive, social democratic inclusion party. That's in our constitution. All the different parties then get their own reason what make them exist. And they get their own people then where then they represent. Yesterday, and I have never heard this, and His Excellency is truly one of the most versed people on democracy. He talked something yesterday. It said the essence of a political party is to represent the views of the minority. It took me a while to understand. Because on the contrary, we can feel the political party now for we way boku. But when you flip your opinion, and when you listen to what His Excellency said, that the essence that will represent the political minority views, the question for all of us as a country is what allows us to do that. Secondly, we've been seeing what's happening in constituency 110 after 2018 election. We see what's happening in Kailan. We see what's happening in the north. Security is a primary responsibility of government. Government is of the people, for the people, and by the people. Security is of primary importance to all of us in this room. What I want you to think of as you discuss is what is the voting system that guarantees you more security and peace in this country. Cash. Yes, we get money, we get cents, we get mineral there. But who say we not get boku money. ECSL election costs were 20 million, 25 million, thereabout. 20 million. Now I'm going to make half of the road for that corner road. And the cost of having by-elections, not to $10,000, now millions of dollars. When we think about the essence of governance and democracy being development, we as a people must think and reflect on how we should spend the small resources that we raise and we get from our partners. And finally, we brought at the council, Mr. Deputy Mayor Lewior Osh, Oju Moses, SLPP Councillor Dai, may God give good road. But fet's not the Freeton or Tengbeton for who that they go replace Oju Moses. So, me and the APC brother, Secretary General, we know the cost we set for say somebody, for say election day. We focus on development talk, not so Mr. Secretary General. Now that day 9 for happy. We for focus on development and on council development. Not so for make we the pet we serve during election. So yes, this now we mean by together we are delivering. I will end on 2 final points. And that really is to you, the AG, to the coordinator, that we as a government are very eager to see the outcomes of this dialogue. We're all not going to agree on it, but it will capture the views of the majority and onward submission to Parliament, such that we can truly reform and transform our nation. The second thing where I want to say, Bintumani 1 was also on elections, peace, elections, that will establish a new and improved constitution in the Republic of Sierra Leone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are at a crossroads, as was said. I like to think about it as we are at an inflection point. We can keep going up, or we can turn the corner and go down. The SLPP is a progressive party. We don't like to go down, we like to go up. And on behalf of His Excellency and the government of President Bio, our views are clear on this matter. We want the most inclusive, the most diverse, and the most participatory form of participation in governance, in development, and in the transformation of Sierra Leone. And when we do that,
about unity, inclusion, and even the other speakers. And that is the concern we have here. So we all heard clearly our Chief Minister is the chief and master of radical inclusion. We saw it to come and receive your ID card. Okay, so like I said, we now come to the technical aspects here and other things that will follow quickly. So we'll start with the consultants because they have the responsibility to find out what the people are saying and document for the attention of government and the Attorney General that will be drafted into law. So I would want to request Mr. Joe Hindovai Pemagui to come and give the presentation. He is the consultant. I think he has the team, the others are there, but he will do the presentation on behalf of his team. Let's give Mr. Pemagui some welcome applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is this still morning? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name again is Joe Hindovai Pemagui, and I was one of the consultants selected by International IDEA to support the national consultation process. But prior to that, I did a paper on a comparative analysis of the first past the post and the proportional representation system that we have used so far in this country. My colleagues, unfortunately, they couldn't make it here today. Madam Valnora Edwin, I'm sure a good number of us know her. She's no stranger to the governance landscape of this country. And Chibueze Una, who is a Nigerian, he brought in his international experience to the conversation. Sorry, I'll have to move back here. Okay, this is the format that this presentation is going to take. Well, I'll give you a quick background of where we started, how it started, and how far we've come. We've had a bit of it from the other presenters. I think Golo did a good job at it. And I'll also take you through the methodology. What approach did we actually use throughout the national consultation process? And we've got the list of stakeholders, people that we met with, people that we had this conversation with, because for us it was a conversation and not just like facilitating a meeting. And we had regional consultations, the findings, and the recommendations. I will take you through all of that. So that's the shape that this conversation is going to take for us. So what did we do? I think so far we've heard that we've had nationwide consultations, and that's just in compliance with recommendation 78 of the tripartite agreement, which says, and I quote, that there should be a national dialogue on the choice of electoral system to be adopted for parliament and local councils between the district proportional representation system and the first past the post system. So I think we all know how the whole tripartite agreement, how we got to this point. I don't want to bore you with all of that. I think previous speakers have discussed that extensively. So what did we do? First, as I said, our services were consulted by International IDEA to just do a comparative analysis of the systems that we've used. We don't go in between them two systems here from 1996. I think each of them would sample them 3 times. The first past the post would also use the proportional representation. But I will hasten to say that we can tend for box the proportional representation with a cumbra of different proportional representation systems. But all the time, as we say proportional representation, I think we can just say that our district block number or that single constituency will be used in 1996. That one country, one will be used in 1996 because we'll not be able to access the rest of the country. But there are variants of the proportional representation system. 2, IDEA used reports they have been submitted for guide the conversation we will get now. And 3, we don't structure this whole conversation here in 3 strands, I would say. 1, we don't get expert reviews, expert communication, expert conversation with different groups of people. We don't meet the Interreligious Council, we don't meet the police or security sector in general. We don't also get the bookman, because there's this tendency for me to just limit this conversation. There is always this tendency for us to just limit these national conversations to those in the governance sector or the political parties without including the academia. So we brought them, we had an expert conversation, really enlightening, really inspirational. I think we also get views where people have been 2 main presenters being present their own views, but then we had people to really tear those views into pieces so they explain to we what the various aspects of the proportional representation as well as the first past the post system we would use in this country. We don't talk about the regional consultation. This is not just a group of the participants then that we met. We spoke to a wide range of people from all walks of life. We had academia, as I said earlier on, commercial motorbike riders. We also had CSOs, persons with disabilities, women, young people, and even secondary school kids, because they are part of this conversation. This is not saloon business, so that's how we took it forward. And as we went across, from Freetown to Port Loko to McKinney, and then Kenema and Bow, and then Western area, I think the voices of people were heard. But again, we were reminded that those in the room that we all today, we just privileged for there. We get over 7 million other citizens of this country. We're not able to dinner this kind of room. But I hope say, and this is a process where International IDEA and the AG's office have done commit, say they will continue to engage citizens, the MDAs, and so many other people using traditional media as well as new media so that their voices could be heard in this whole process. But as we go around the country, a couple of things come up for we. One, every Sierra Leonean we'll talk to during the process, I think there was a convergence, there was this point of convergence that we want a peaceful Sierra Leone. We want an inclusive Sierra Leone. So that's what we're looking at right now. And one, we've been getting different people who can come present their own views, very strong views about the first past the post, reasons why they would go for it. And I must say, I must commend the people of Potloko and Bo District. We had really constructive conversations with them. I know they say the other one, they're not talk sense, but the way they be objective. The reason why I'm bringing this up is that we tend to have this ethno-regional, our system, our country is so polarized now. Even our views are laced with the kind of values of political interests or political values. But in Potloko and Bo, I must say, they've been doing a great job. And that one day, because they've been getting strong views, but they were objective and they were constructive in that process, they asked where they go. But what we will also come up with in this whole conversation, as I say, one, our citizens, our views about the whole electoral systems are really, really limited because we're not engaged much, we not read much, but we, as I say, we box the PR. Now, one, we always box the PR, we're facing just one system, but the PR and a Kumbra system. Just like example, we can get A, B, C, and D. We can always tend for box them in. So one is the citizens' views, citizens' knowledge really limited about the electoral system. But two, we say citizens want credible, transparent electoral system, but also they want EMBs to be trustworthy. I think that struck across the board during the whole conversation. The third one is that citizens think they're delighted about the 30% quota to women, but some people still think 30% does not tick the box. I think the woman they want to go be above the 30%. They say that 30% in a quota. Now just dash them. So there was an example in the room across the country, one of the international experiences. In a case like Kenya, they get 47 seats when no man know they contest. 47, so no matter what, in the Kenyan legislature, you always have 47 women there that they can compete with the men as well. So they don't quite favor that idea of having safe seats for women. Another critical issue that came out was that we need an electoral system that is cost-effective. From a nation also, we say we for set aside seats for young people. We don't have that right now, but that's one of the recommendations for the TRC make, and we also have that in the tripartite agreement that was signed between the national unit, part of the national unity agreement. But the tripartite recommendations clearly point there on it. So what we want, what the citizens are talking about, they want a system where an electoral system where we make sure say all the interest groups are represented. That's important. But I'll come back quickly to the cost of elections. Elections across the globe, that's a conversation we've been having for over 15 years now, especially on the continent. Our governments spend so much money on elections. How do we, what kind of system, which of these systems could really be cost effective for we, as poor as we all be so today as a country? That's something, because now, in the last one of the examples we've been getting, we not only get by-elections from 2023, because the PR system will be used. So now one argument in favor of the PR system. The first past the post and say, they promote that relationship, it enhances that relationship, that direct relationship between the citizens, the electorate, and the person where we don't go to. However, the other critical issue will come out during the conversation, how do we get our political parties to be institutionalized, to be a lot more responsive to the needs, so that they will move from the patronage, the clientelism we'll get, because at the end of the day, people still think, that came out strongly during the conversation, that people still think it's the leaders, the chairman or the secretary general, or the big guys in the parties that determine who makes the list, even for the first past the post. So that's an issue. I don't know how we're going to go around that as a country, but that came out clearly. Another one will come out during the conversation, now that the threshold was high, the 11.9%, that was a lot. So then people say, for drop-down, if as a country we decide to go with the proportional representation system, people in field say, for drop-down one day, to the international standard, which is about 5 to 6%, instead of the 11.9% we've been getting. But I'll remind you one thing during the conversation, so there is a flip side to that. During that conversation, one of our political party representatives, after when somebody make a recommendation, say, made them drop on to 3%, now he said, but we're the room too much. So we want everybody for camp parliament. But that's the beauty of democracy, and that's the beauty of a proportional representation system. I can guess you want to clap so. We don't call them small parties because we don't like that name. We coined, the participants coined a term for them. They say financially weak political parties, not the smaller parties. They don't like being referred to as smaller parties. So they are the financially weaker parties. But that's one thing that really struck a chord with the participants. In addition to that, because I think I've mentioned at least 2 or 3 times that we keep narrowing the conversation around the proportional representation to just a district block. There is also an open list system of the proportional representation. So with the proportional representation, if we are talking about accountability, with the proportional representation, it gives you that opportunity to go inside that list, the list developed by the political parties. You know, say, how the political party can submit that list to the Elections Commission. But inside that list, the open list PR, when one of the boku kind PR then where we get, it give the citizens that opportunity for go inside it and tick which of these candidates they want. So in terms of that relationship, I think then on one side, and we'll talk, say, if, as a people, we decide, say, that the PR will go with, that the open list PR, that hybrid day, now for consider as a country. On the other side, on the other hand, first past the post, we make sure, say, provision is made for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. That's so people can talk during the conversation. They say, make we still ensure, say, if na first past the post they go with, let those interest groups be aptly represented in any new system we will come up with as a country. Another thing we come up during the conversation was that we want to make sure that the electoral system, the elected people, they're accountable to the citizens. That's one major question we would get. When people raised concerns, serious concerns, and we had extensive conversations around it, that the moment they don't cast that ballot, as soon as the results, they don't announce the results, the MPs disappear. But how do you ensure that relationship? Well, again, it brings us back to the institutionalization of the political parties. Well, political parties not quite function like proper institutions. Somebody during the meeting, they said political parties and still function like social clubs. So we all know graduated to that level there. And that's what the political party leaderships must work towards. Because if we don't get our accountability, if we don't get our political parties to be accountable to us, then we'll go to run around in circles, unfortunately. Going forward, we talk, say, people have been getting their own views about first past the post and the PR system. But generally, people feel, say, no system not perfect, as a couple of speakers don't remind me today. Citizens in the diaspora participate in this cost of election. So let's reflect on those. But most importantly, we know exactly what happened around the 2023 elections, a lot of chaos, a lot of controversies around it, but it's not just 2023. Let's not limit it. It's run across during the entire conversation. We said we narrowed, some people been tempted for the narrowed conversation to just 2023. So, I mean, all the elections hold on they get, especially from 2007, they've been hotly contested. Gets at least 15% from each of the districts or each of the regions, or 20% from each of the regions. So these are conversations, they are tough conversations, but at the end of the day, we have to be bold, we have to be creative, no one size fits all. I mean, at the end of the day, the system will work for South Africa, and I must remind all of us that at least about 90 countries across the world. Let's get the best system that's cost effective for us. Let's look at a system that makes provision for all interest groups in this country. Plenty, thank you.
We forgive more to the consultants. So that anyone will see, let me go clap small, more than three. Thank you very much, Mr. Pemagui, for your presentation. We have seen it, and it provides some knowledge for us for our discourse as we go along. So we now come to us all for some representatives to come and make their own inputs into the process. It's here that we want to get presentation from our partners, whether they are going to give their position papers or their own suggestions to this process. So I will go straight. This is all about elections and election management. So the body sets for our election systems in Sierra Leone. I think it's good we listen to them first. So I have the pleasure to invite the Electoral Commissioner of Sierra Leone to come and do a presentation, or his representative. The commissioner was here. Let's clap for the commissioner for the Northern region, representing the chief.
The Attorney General and the Minister of Justice, the Honorable Minister of Information and Civic Education, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Chief Electoral Commissioner was here this morning, but was called to attend or to address an important issue. So I read this paper on his behalf and on behalf of the Electoral Commission. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone that has the constitutional mandate to conduct public elections and regulate electoral activities, including but not limited to voter registration, polling, and result management. I am delighted to be invited to present a position paper on behalf of ECSL at this national dialogue, and I thank the organizers for bringing us together. ECSL also takes this as a duty and responsibility to actively participate in any matter relating to elections. In recent electoral history, Sierra Leone has practiced two forms of electoral systems in the conduct of parliamentary elections. In 1996, 2002, and 2023 elections, Sierra Leone practiced the PR system, while in 2007, 2012, and 2018 elections, the first past the post system was used. This has given Sierra Leoneans a very good opportunity to weigh in on both systems in determining the path forward for the future. In 1996 and 2002, the PR system was precipitated largely by insecurity due to the civil war. In 2023, it was introduced following the inability to delimit electoral boundaries due to the 2022 midterm census. This clearly shows that the PR system has only been used in Sierra Leone as a last resort. The first past the post, on the other hand, has been used as the primary electoral system over the years. With this brief background, allow me to present this paper by expounding on few advantages of both systems as it relates to the Sierra Leonean context. I will juxtapose the disadvantages alongside as I go along. first-past-the-post electoral system. Proponents of the first-past-the-post system often praise it for fostering accountability due to the strong link between constituents and their representatives, as each elected official represents a specific geographical area or a constituency. It is argued that first-past-the-post establishes strong connection between the electorate and the elected. The elected representative is therefore expected to be closely linked with his or her constituents. Arguably, this is not the case in a PR system where candidates are elected representatives seem to owe more allegiance to their political parties than the electorate. However, some pundits opine that this is not a challenge on the PR system, but its implementation. In some countries, political parties employ strategies to ensure that candidates on the party list are vetted and selected by members of their constituents, and therefore will owe allegiance and be accountable to their electorate rather than to their political leadership. Therefore, it is more an issue of how strong internal party disciplines and democracies are when implementing PR rather than a disadvantage of the PR system. The first-past-the-post system has also been described as simple, easy to understand, and to implement, as it requires voters to vote for one candidate, and the candidate with the most votes win. Comparatively, it is said that PR systems are difficult to understand and complex to explain to voters. In truth, however, like the first-past-the-post, voting in a PR system, like the district block system, is just as simple as voters are required to vote for one political party, as they do in the first-past-the-post system. The core difference lies in converting votes cast into seat one, which is indeed more difficult to understand by the average voter. The PR system. Advocates for PR system often describe it as a more democratic system in comparison to the first-past-the-post. This is because it reduces wastage as every vote counts, especially in situations where thresholds are low. Almost all votes in a PR system result in electing a candidate. This encourages voter participation, knowing that their vote will indeed count. This is unlike the first-past-the-post, where a candidate can be elected with a fewer number of votes, while the majority votes cast remain unused. It is also argued that the PR system facilitates the election of minority political representation. While this might not be seen as the case following the 2023 elections, it by no means negates the veracity of these statements. Where thresholds are low and minority political groups or parties have reasonable support, PR system by far provides a higher degree of probability for such parties or groups to be elected compared to first-past-the-post. In recent history, the only time Sierra Leone has had the most diverse political representation in parliament was when PR systems were used in 1996 and in 2002. In addition to facilitating minority political representation, PR system is arguably the best political system for increasing women political representation. The passing of the Dewey Act in 2022 is no doubt a stepping stone to achieving increased women political representation. However, the electoral system that easily facilitates the implementation of such policies is the PR system. According to the Interparliamentary Union monthly ranking of women in national parliaments of 1st July 2025, the top 20 countries with the highest women representation in national legislatures all practice some form of PR system. This is no coincidence. Statistics have proven that there is a strong correlation between increasing women political representation and the PR system. In the 2023 local council elections, for instance, the PR system made it easily possible for APC to win seats in districts like Bo, Kenema, Kailaun, Bonth, and Moyamba districts, At the same time, for SLPP to win seats in Bombali, Port Loko, Tonkolili, and Koinadugu districts. This would have been almost impossible to achieve had it been under the first past the post. Sierra Leone desperately needs this political balance if we are to dilute the regional political dichotomy and develop as a politically tolerant country. The financial costs associated with conducting by-elections is worth noting. Since the conduct of the 2023 elections, the ECSL has filled 16 vacancies, including PCMP, members of parliament, and councillors using the endorsed list of political parties for affected districts. Sierra Leone will have expended more than 19 million new loans, or 19 billion old loans on these by-elections. If we had used the first past the post, Sierra Leone would have expended over 19 million new loans if we had used the first past the post. Away from the financial costs is also the social cost that has engulfed our by-elections in recent years. Fighting, killing, social dichotomy, and political tensions have become synonymous to by-elections. From Kailahun to Tonkolili, Koinadugu to Falaba, Cambia to Western area, we have witnessed immense political violence during by-elections. With PR system, where there is no by-election, you will agree with me that political tensions have simmered as the common ground for political fights has been eliminated. As from several discussions since 2022, it has become apparent that a major concern about the PR system is the threshold. Threshold is the minimum votes that a candidate or political party is to obtain to enable it to attain a seat in parliament. The threshold in the 2023 parliamentary election was 11.9, and for councillors it was 4.5. The threshold for members of parliament was deemed to be too high by many political observers and stakeholders, although it was lower than the 12.5 threshold used in the 2002 elections. They argued that the threshold would marginalize other political parties and prevent economically weak political parties from winning seats in parliament. The above argument is arguably upheld when, after the June 2023 elections, only 2 leading political parties succeeded in winning seats in parliament. It is therefore critical that this threshold is reviewed downwards to make it appealing to all stakeholders without watering down the electoral landscape. The Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone reaffirms its commitment to promoting electoral systems that best reflect the will of the people, strengthening national unity, and ensure inclusive governance. After careful analysis of our country's political context, demographic diversity, and history of electoral challenges, it is evident that some form of PR system offers the most equitable means of translating votes into seats and equitable national development program. Let me thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We've heard from the Electoral Commission, the body that conducts our election, and they have shared their views on the 2 systems we have used in our country. So we note their issues, their concerns, and of course, when we all make our inputs, we will decide how to do. We will continue now to listen to presentation of further position papers by interested parties. I will be calling organizations, not by any hierarchy, but as I will call them. So please don't be offended by how I'm calling anyone to come and present. It can be at any point. What is important people have to present their positions here. So it is not in any order or any rank. Now I would ask the All Political Parties Association to come and present. All Political Parties Association to come and present. So let's keep time and let's make it short so that the general public here will have time to also contribute. So like I've said, just hold the agenda, but not necessarily going as it is on the agenda, but everything there you have to come and present.
The Attorney General, Ministers of Government, Commissioners of the ECSF, leaders of political parties here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Ibrahim Soyi Sise. I'm the Secretary General of the All Political Parties Association, which is the umbrella association of registered political parties in Sierra Leone. Presently, we are comprising of 13 registered political parties out of the 17 registered political parties. So the submission I will make here today is on behalf of those 13 registered political parties. This is our position paper on the preferred electoral system for Sierra Leone under the tripartite recommendation 78. So I will go through the background with your permission, how we arrived to this justification with regards to the preferred system that we want to use as a nation, which we are recommending as political parties. The leadership of All Political Parties Association on 17th, 18th June 2025 met at the Gardiners Hotel in Bow City. The main purpose of the meeting was to critically examine and build consensus around the tripartite recommendation as proposed for enhancing electoral and legal reforms in Sierra Leone. The retreat was also organized in response to the Political Party Regulation Commission, PPRC, request for all registered political parties to reflect, review, and provide feedback on the proposed tripartite recommendation. So the theme of the retreat was political parties joining hands for a better Sierra Leone. The retreat brought together delegates from across all districts, region, and at the national level. The leadership of political parties collectively reaffirmed their central role of political parties in advancing multi-party democracy for economic growth and development. The main discussions and deliberations were focused on the critical review and analysis of the 80 proposed tripartite recommendation. Unanimous call was made for public financing for political parties in Sierra Leone to enable them to fulfill their constitutional mandate as enshrined in Section 35(1) of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone, which clearly states that political parties may be established to help shape the political will of the people, disseminate information on economic and social program of national character, and to sponsor candidates for presidential, parliamentary, and local council elections. The retreat adopted a common interactive participatory approach and the methodology of the review of the 80 tripartite recommendation. We accepted 68 out of the 80 proposed recommendation with some modification to improve on some of the proposed recommendations, and then rejected 11 out of those recommendations, of which we submit those in a matrix form here today in this meeting. The acceptance or rejection of the proposed recommendation were also based on the relevance of each recommendation in contributing to preserving the integrity of future national electoral processes with the common goal to ensure free, violence-free, fair, transparent, and unaccountable electoral outcome. Additional criteria centered on the contribution of short recommendation to improving electoral legal reviews, institutional building on how to enhance the level of transparency and accountability of activities associated with electoral administrations and operations. We consider those rejected based on the following criteria. 1, their ability to undermine the true spirit of certain provisions of the 1991 Constitution, the Public Elections Act of 2002, and the Political Parties Act of 2002. Concerns we have particularly raised on how some of the recommendations can compromise democratic principles and our shared values, as well as the independence, impartiality, and neutrality of our electoral management bodies, the MBs. In addition, certain recommendations have the tendency to close the political space for the promotion of multi-party democratic culture, especially in our highly polarized society, like we throw strong emphasis on recommendation 70, which we believe may have, that recommendation may have the tendency to close the political space because, as we said, Section 35, subsection 1 clearly states why political parties are established, not only to win election, but for us to perform 3 key functions as established in the 1991 Constitution. Our 2 days, it marked a significant milestone in Sierra Leone democratic journey, especially after the 2023 general election. By coming together in the spirit of cooperation, political parties demonstrated unity and shared commitment to contribute towards electoral reforms and advancing multi-party democratic culture. So, why we are here today, our position on the recommendation 78 on the preferred electoral system of government. Judging from the extract of the retreat, what we agreed on, which is a national consultation of registered political parties in ABA. So the extracts from the retreat on the preferred electoral system for Sierra Leone, tripartite recommendation 78. All political parties association APA Sierra Leone preferred the proportional representation PR system. APA Sierra Leone notes with keen interest that our electoral system cannot solve all our problems, but rather the one we choose can help, the one that is best fitted can help to mitigate them. The electoral system that will help us to address the current challenges is really what is matter for us as political parties. In order to guarantee the building of consensus, promotion of political tolerance, peace, political fairness, and inclusion of majority views and their participation in governance processes, APA categorically calls for the use of the proportional representation PR system instead of the first past the post, on the basis that the PR system strengthens inclusivity and calls for increased political participation in our body politic, as it's more representative and will accelerate gender empowerment. It will also guarantee women across the country of their 30% quota representation in parliament and local councils. It will also save costs and valuable resources used in by-election, which can be redirected into other development programs, such as health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, etc. Currently, what we are seeing now, once we have vacancies once vacancies occur in parliament or council, those vacancies are filled without no problem. Like in the previous, when we have by-elections, we used to have tensions, like what happened, 110, Cambia, Samara Bendugu. So all those tensions, these are the parameters that we set, what will address the problem, the challenges that we are facing currently. That brings us to this conclusion. We want to reduce the campaign burden on individual candidates, and we believe the PR is more unifying. It will lessen ethnic tension, promote national cohesion, and help in the consolidation of peace. It will also guarantee efficient and effective quality representation in parliament. We believe it also allows for greater political inclusivity and fairness by allowing other political parties a better opportunity to be represented in both parliament and local councils, because we believe if the PR system is about more participation, we believe that will address, that the PR system will better address representation.
for better management of diversity, we believe. It will promote political pluralism and also promote cooperation and strengthen collaboration between political parties. However, there is a caveat. In a bid to provide a collective effort in actualizing the desired goal of the PR system, the All Political Parties Association called for a timely intervention on the following concerns. APA called on the ECSL, if the PR system, if we accept the PR system, the ECSL and all political parties to embark on more sensitization across the country to ensure wider comprehensive understanding of the PR system. That the ECSL to call a meeting of all registered political parties to collectively review the developed regulation as to what should be the threshold or percentage that will determine political parties a seat in parliament and local councils. Because currently we have 11.9%, of which that one is a challenge to us. We see it as it will prevent other political parties from going to pass what we saw in the 2023 elections. The primary focus of the PR system is to allow for greater political participation, inclusivity, and fairness. And fairness by allowing all political parties a better opportunity to be represented in both parliament and local councils. If that is the case, APA is of the view that the calculation of the threshold to allocate seats to political parties should be reviewed, taking into consideration international best practice that is best fitting for us as a nation, with a focus of making it even more below than 3% of the valid votes obtained by political parties in a district. The All Political Party Association also recommend the removal of payment of the second list for political parties nominated candidates, because what happens currently, you pay for two lists. Once political parties submit their list, you pay for the first list and the second list. So we are recommending just to pay for one list. APA recommend for the PR to reflect a national level to allow the winning party to allocate 20% of appointee position to go to other political parties based on the current election outcomes, as this will help to reduce the security threat and tension associated with elections outcome and discourage the winners take all. APA recommend for priority to be given, especially to women, youth, and persons with disability to be represented in both parliament and local councils. We therefore recommend a national party list system, a closed list of the PR system. A call to action. We urge the government of Sierra Leone, the Steering Committee on the Implementation of the Tripartite Recommendation, civil society organizations, and development partners, particularly the international moral guarantors of the Agreement for National Unity. Agreement for National Unity signed between the SLPP-led government, the Sierra Leone, the SLPP-led government, the All People's Congress Party, to ensure a common position, to ensure the common position of the All Political Parties Association are taken into consideration in implementation of the tripartite recommendation. We also urge that we must embrace equitable partnership and the active involvement, participation, and inclusion of all registered political parties in the process. APA recommends for the tripartite recommendation 70 to be abandoned, as this will have the tendency to undermine political democracy and weaken political pluralism, close the political space for the promotion of multi-party democratic culture, especially in our highly polarized society, violate people's rights to political participation, and undermine the spirit behind the creation of the Sierra Leone 1991 Constitution. APA also strongly called for public financing to strengthen the administrative and institutional capacities of political parties, as provided for in the terms of reference for the establishment of the Inter-Party Dialogue Committee, the IPDC, under Resolution 5 of the Agreement for National Unity. This is our submission from the All Political Parties Association. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Abba, for the presentation. We will continue to receive other position papers, but please, I think we will give some timing to presenters. You know, I think you just give us the key highlights of your position paper. Since they are all written, then we can give. All right, thank you. Okay, we are here for this purpose. I only wanted that. I'm also considering that the people up there will also have space to contribute. So, all right. ECSL, sorry, could you please submit your position paper? Have you collected? Okay, thank you very much. So, I will now then invite the Council of Paramount Chiefs to come and present their position paper. Council of Paramount Chiefs. Is it PowerPoint?
Good morning, good afternoon. In that regard, when the tripartite committee submitted a request to our national chairman, Chairman Fasluku, a request for us to make this presentation here, as we normally do, he invited all Paramount Chiefs, and by the way, the National Council of Paramount Chiefs comprises Paramount Chiefs from all across Sierra Leone, all the 14 districts of Sierra Leone, all the regions of Sierra Leone. We are truly a national institution, and we cut about across ethnic, and regional and district lines. We have here today, we have a national chairman who's from Kono, we have a secretary general who's from the Moyamba district, we have a regional chairman from the northeast who's from Bombali, we have another regional chairman from the northwest, we have a female eminent persons within the National Council of Paramount Chiefs. We truly represent the leadership of the organic leadership of Sierra Leone. And what I'm presenting here today is the opinion, is a collective opinion of that organic leadership. With your permission, I'll go ahead and present what was our considered opinion. We hear about talking about elections, which election systems to use in Sierra Leone. That in itself is not a bad thing, but we will rather focus on what governance system looks like after those elections, because we're only going to have elections for a few months, a few very fraught months, sometimes fraught with violence, fraught with very unproductive things, in our opinion. But after those elections, we end up with governments. A national government in Freetown, a district council government. And then what? For the next 5 years, our people have to live with the decisions made by those governments. That is what we will rather focus on. Because within election periods or outside of election periods, paramount chiefs still have to take care of the welfare and the safety and the peace of our communities. So, with respect, we will want to focus on the effect of our elections or electoral systems on the governance system of the country and how well we will respond to the needs of our population. So this is the theme of our presentation. That's why we say we are taking a principled stand for and call for accountability and representative governance in Sierra Leone, not just what happens in elections. And to make this presentation, because there was a robust discussion among paramount chiefs, and believe me, this is not your grandfather's paramount chieftaincy. This is your modern paramount chieftaincy, where we have medical doctors, we have lawyers, we have administrators. I am personally a registered professional engineer, registered in the USA, and I could be a chartered engineer in England. And the last job that I had before becoming a paramount chief was as a managing director for the London Mining Company, which was able to reopen the Marampa mines. But I'm not the only one. We have several paramount chiefs with all sorts of capabilities. And so when you're having discussions among people like that, you know that it's going to be a robust discussion. That's why I count it a particular privilege for them to select me to make this presentation. And what we did was, basically we want to present that to you as speaking generally about our roles as paramount chiefs, and then having general discussions about what we should think about before selecting an electoral system. In order to do that, we need to think about bridging the gaps right now between the local inputs and the national decisions that our political officials make. How to achieve responsive representation and leadership, and then when we go into governance, to give our own wisdom, traditional wisdom, to the modern systems that our electoral system is going to develop. As well, then we finally come, then and only then, we come to the electoral systems that we should adopt. And within that electoral system, our focus should be on local accountability. We have right now 190 chiefdoms, even though we started with very few. But we have 190 chiefdoms with supposedly 190 paramount chiefs. We have a lot of ethnic groups, but all of our people want a common thing, which is to live in peace, to get their share of the national cake equitably, to be treated by politicians in the distribution of development and other niceties from the national government, to be treated fairly. And we stand between the national government and our local people who trust us, that if we can work with the national government very carefully, and I think we will prevent a lot of the hiccups that we're having in our national safety and security issues. After all of that, we end up with concluding statements and discussions on where we need to go. So that's just a preamble, and I'm going to go through this very quickly. In the enduring role of paramount chiefs, our role started from being absolute rulers. Our decisions were never questioned. To where we are right now, we are just pillars of our community. But our people still understand the roles that we play with them. We don't make all the rules right now, but they still have a lot of an enduring respect for our responsibilities. They understand that we are venerable custodians and direct representatives of our communities. We get a lot of people claiming that they are talking on behalf of the communities. You talk about CSOs, NGOs, whatever alphabet soup of organizations. But if you go into our towns and villages, in all 190 chiefdoms in Sierra Leone, ask the people, who are your leaders? They will point to a chief right up to their paramount chiefs. So I want us to be aware of that we are the most legitimate representatives of our communities, and therefore guardians of our cultural heritage. We want you to understand that. And why is that the case? It's because we have centuries of traditions and customs of governance, peace, and development. Before the white man came, our rulers were called whatever they were called in our local languages. In Mende, it was Dormai, or it was Demowai. In Timni, Obai, in Fulham, in Kono, in whatever languages, we did have organic leadership before the white man came. Please, let's not forget that. And that organic leadership is what our people still understand. We're talking about democracy and representative government. And paramount chiefs buy into that completely, because we know that we have to modernize. But let's not forget that the average person in our villages, in our towns, in our chiefdoms, look up to the authority of their chiefs to make good decisions that gives them peace and encourages development. And therefore, we act as a bridge between our traditions and modernity. We want you to be aware of that. Again, I won't dwell on this, but we take our role in bridging the gap between our local inputs and the national decisions very seriously. We think we strengthen the voice of our communities. We'll want whatever electoral system we have, that electoral system strengthens the voice of our communities. We are in unique position to serve as a bridge based on our historic precedents. But we are observing disconnects right now between the decisions that are made by political parties in Freetown and elsewhere and our people. And that's very dangerous for the country going forward. In the past, we used to have our political parties used to understand that and consult the chiefs, even if not paramount chiefs, because we don't like to get involved in politics directly. But even community leaders, even sub-chiefs, town chiefs, section chiefs, they'll normally consult them in selecting their candidates for their offices. Now they don't. Everything that the political parties do right now comes from Freetown. or one of those large centers outside of our localities. And this has created a real problem. And so we want to make sure that when whatever system that we develop, whatever electoral system we develop, has to understand that the vitality of democracy depends on elected leaders genuinely representing their people. This is representative democracy after all. And therefore, if the elected people that you elect to parliament and elsewhere don't represent the people, then it's not democracy. It's another crazy, but it's not another crazy, but it's not democracy. It's not representative democracy. So we want you all to be very much aware of that. Now, as I said, an earlier generation, immediately after independence, understood this, and therefore they will almost never do anything without consulting their chiefs, from town chiefs right on through to paramount chiefs. In fact, what usually happened was, I know in my area, before I became a paramount chief, this was before I became a paramount chief, some parties actually recruited town chiefs and section chiefs and quarter chiefs to be not only members of their parties, but members of the executives. And they were very smart, because when you have those chiefs who are respected by their people, involved in decision making for your party, when it comes to time for elections, you don't have to, election is a pro forma affair, because their people already listen to them, their people trust them. And so whoever is selected to run under that party knows that he's bound, he has an obligation to that community. And that is very good for representative democracy. Right now, we are talking about systems that don't even involve the communities. No paramount chief, never mind our sub-chiefs, are consulted about the candidates. Some candidates, I understand, don't even come from those areas. But we'll get to that in a minute. Because of that apparent shift, there is a growing discontent. And that discontent has been realized by the youth. And please, please, this is especially for our major parties. Please, because when things go wrong, the first person you blame is the paramount chief. That party don't like we. But please understand what is going on. When the youth see that you are marginalizing their trusted leaders, you don't consult their leaders when you're making your decisions about selecting candidates and things like that. You get a few people who you appoint as party executives. Those party executives know that they don't respond to the leadership of their communities, they respond to people outside. And what happens? Those party executives eventually, they get their largesse from outside, and the first thing they do, and this is an unfortunate thing among Sierra Leoneans, it's not just a Mende man, it's same with him. Most Sierra Leoneans, the first thing they do when they get a privilege is to want to be a chief. That's just our condition. And what happens when you want to be a chief, when there's already another chief? Then you fight the chief, and you create conflict within that environment. And what happens? The young people who understand and respect their chiefs will say, now SAPP or APC, 91 Tampoil now, we don't agree for them. If it's an SNP stronghold, they'll say, well, we don't go APC. If it's an APC stronghold, when they are discontent, we don't go SNPP. So this is our warning to you people. Don't blame us. Know where the problem has started. Try to be truly representative and consult our communities. I'm just finishing in a minute. Okay, all right. On the flip side of the coin, I want opposition parties and maybe even minor parties to see this as an opportunity. Because if people in a party stronghold become disillusioned by that party, by the bad party in that stronghold, then it provides an opportunity for minority parties to go and try and do their consultation and do their due diligence. So this is just, it's a two-edged sword, but I want political operatives to understand that, political parties to understand that. They are both threats and they are opportunities. It's up to you to decide what to do. But they all arise from the fact that there's a disconnect right now between our political parties and trusted leadership in our chiefdoms. We feel that we are a non-partisan voice because we care for everybody. We are advocating for an electoral system that is robust and that is connected between our people and the offices that they are. We did a principle reevaluation, and we also want the political parties to take some of the blame for everything going wrong with the decisions that they make in Freetown. Take some of the blame off of you, because any party that wins elections, yes, you get some credit when you go and build something in your village, but most of the rest of the country blames you for not thinking about them. Why? Because you have centralized everything. If instead of trying to do everything through your political party, once in governance, you recognize established instruments of governance, you walk through the paramount chiefs, and you give us an opportunity to have more say in the laws that you passed. For instance, immediately after independence, 19% of the seats in parliament were allocated to paramount chiefs. Today, you know what that percentage is? It's not 15%, it's not 12%, it's not 10%, it's 8%. And every time you have an election, you have more MPs, the percentage of the voice of paramount chiefs get diminished in legislation. That has to change. That has to change. And the bottom line is, the biggest beneficiary, if something like that changes, is the ruling political party. Because then you have these independent paramount chiefs who you can also help to carry the blame, or at least give you more wisdom on what's the best way to go about things. But this is something that we need to think about seriously. When we looked at our electoral systems, we feel that the best way to foster if we did that, and the communities were involved in selecting their candidate, then you know that whichever candidate results from whichever political party is going to be responsive to that community. But right now, that is not the case. We have two systems, which is first past the post or proportional representation. Both involves political parties, and both of them are increasingly insular. Both of them do not consult the chiefdoms, but to a large extent, but we feel that one of them definitely has an advantage over the other in terms of the probability of getting more input, more local input. And in our judgment, having looked at how both systems have been practiced after our civil war, we feel that the first past the post has distinct advantages. The first advantage we saw is that something is theory until it's practiced and it's found to fail. Bottom line is, the proportional, all of the good things that proportional representation promised has not materialized. And so we as paramount chiefs, we don't have our heads in the cloud. We have our heads in the reality of our people, of the conditions of our people. and we say PR has just not worked in Sierra Leone, so we cannot support it. There is obviously the community disconnect. The communities can feel very unrepresented. Even if my chiefdom gives the APC 99.9% of their votes, it's possible that I won't get any MP that represents my chiefdom. You know why? Because before my people voted, the party people in the district headquarters or the national headquarters had already prepared a list that put the person from around my area at the bottom of the list. And if another party got more than the threshold, then the first person to drop would be that person from my area. And so that person from my area which gave that party 100% of their votes, will not get any representation under the PR system. How fair is that? How fair is that? I feel that the centralized power brought on by does not make any sense. Now, they also talk about administrative efficiency. Yes, it makes a lot of sense that we don't have by-elections now under the PR system. That is very good. That is very good. That is very effective for governance. It's also extremely effective for the small money that Sierra Leone government has. But have you asked yourself a question? If you had the first past the post system, why would they pass a law that says, even under the first past the post system, when an MP dies, you ask the party to appoint another MP through their own internal mechanisms? So it is just a matter of legislation. That is not a permanent advantage of the PR system. If we decide, you all decide that the first past the post system is what you have, then our recommendation is that part of that enabling legislation is to add that when an MP dies, the party, through its internal mechanisms, appoint another MP from that same party. So there really is no advantage. It's really not a deciding advantage that the first. What does all this? After careful deliberation, we did have paramount chiefs that initially supported PR, but the overwhelming majority of paramount chiefs preferred the first past the post after we had made our discussion, deliberation. And our deliberate choice was, after thorough considered deliberation, we as the National Council of Paramount Chiefs expressed our perspective that the first past the post holds significant and deciding advantages over the proportional representation system. It is our core belief that the first past the post is vital for fostering direct local accountability. And our desired outcome ultimately is that we want all stakeholders, our desired outcome ultimately is to strengthen robust local representation, enhance democratic accountability, and ultimately contribute to the greater stability and prosperity of Sierra Leone if our recommendations are followed. That is the sum total of our wisdom on this project. I leave you now with a key message. We invite all stakeholders to engage in consultation and decide how can we collectively work to ensure elected representatives that are truly accountable to our community. Thank you very much. By the way, we have included this is a slide, but we have included a write-up here which is in which will submit to the tripartite committee that is an essay of this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Paramount Chiefs, for your position paper. We will not make any comment on position paper. The committee will look into them. So we will get more position papers. So that we also will make our inputs later. So now I have the pleasure to invite All People's Party Congress, All People's Congress Party.
Want to say to the Paramount Chiefs, although I see the development partners, they've disappeared, and government personalities who are supposed to be here when I make my statement, they've all disappeared. But nevertheless, I will say we had almost about 4 political parties in parliament and independents. Just like what the Paramount Chief said. And that's true. 2012, we had a good number of independents all over the place. I can give you an example. We had a candidate in Tonko Limba. I've known him in childhood days, but I never knew that he moved to Tonko because we used to live in Freetown. But he's moved to Tonko, I never knew that. So, he wanted the symbol for the APC. By then, I was not yet Secretary General of the APC party. And he was not awarded the symbol. He went independent. And he won, landslide, not by a small margin, landslide in 2012. 2018, also, there were other political parties in parliament. 2023, how many political parties are in parliament? You, the crowd, let me know. Only 2. Only the truth shall set us free. You know, in my party as National Secretary General, they used to directly accuse me. They said, I'm not political. Because I am more aligned with the will of the people. I am a grassroots person. I speak with them. They used to accuse me, hey, you are not political. I love this country. I love the people of this country. And when I stand as Secretary General, I not only speak as Secretary General of the APC party, I also speak as a grassroots person, and I speak for the people of this country. Number 3, strong geographic representation. The first past the post guarantees that every district, regardless of size or political leanings, has a dedicated voice in parliament. This promotes equitable national development, local advocacy for schools, roads, healthcare, and youth empowerment. Personal connection between communities and their MPs. The district proportional representation emphasizes only national party representation over geographic presence, weakening local ties and community-specific representation, especially in rural and marginalized regions. If you are not favored by your political party, you will not be on the top of the list. And no matter the community where you're coming from, if people want you to be their members of parliament, their member of parliament, if they decide to cast their vote for you, if that particular area has a majority of people, even if it is 50,000 people, If you are not on the top of the list, 50,000 people may have voted for you, but you're not attacking the doors of parliament. No matter what you do. But if you go and contest on your own right, whether you are independent, whether whichever political party, whether you are a political party with less favored finances, you know, if you go to that community, when people love you, they will vote for you. And that is what we are lacking. Timely and transparent results. The first past the post allow for simple, verifiable vote counting. Simple, verifiable vote counting in each constituency. Simple, quick announcement of results. Because once the constituency, you know, decided, you know, once they've counted the vote and you come to the outcome of the results, that in fact Mr. A or Mr. B has won the results, everybody knows the results, which is not the case with the district proportional representation. Now, women's representation can be advanced under first past the post, not the district system. It is often claimed that the PR system improves women's representation, enforceable quotas for women, empowerment of women candidates at grassroots level. Examples, you know, from Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, shows the high level of female representation can be achieved under first past the post if the political will is there, because these people practice first past the post, but they have high level of women representation because of how it is structured. Let me give you briefly reflections on the 2023 experience. The APC acknowledges the legal provision of Section 38. It's there, it's the section. Nobody's going to cry foul, you know, about it. Under which the PR was implemented in 2023. This was the provision. However, we respectfully raised several concerns. And if I recall, you know, most of you are in APA now. Before 2023, we're having some discussions, you know, going to PPRC, going to ECSL, to discuss about the PR system that was supposed to be used in the 2023 elections. And my comrade, CDR Tunis, who is the National Publicity Secretary of the APC party, cautioned them, cautioned a good number of the upper political parties. He said, this thing you are supporting, none of you are going to parliament. And it turned out to be true. It turned out to be true. We won them then. My friends in APA, we are warning you again. Not warning, we are advising you. I see your representative even at the advice of Mr. Joe. I mean, I noticed his presentation. He's trying to give the pros and cons of either side, which is fine. And wanted we, you know, those of us here and the entire populace to make, you know, our own choice as to what we is. Even though he said, even if the PR system is implemented, he will advise an open list. You are crying for a closed list. I don't know why. That's interesting. At the expense of what the expert will say. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. The application of the 11% threshold led to the effective exclusion of smaller political parties and undermine political diversity. The general public had no real input into the decision to adopt the district proportional representation, resulting in a system perceived as imposed and unrepresentative. Proponents of this PR system, especially the district proportional representation, of course, they will argue that it reduces political violence by discouraging individual competition. However, interestingly, the 2023 general election was amongst the most violent in recent memory, despite being conducted under the district proportional representation. Where in an entire district, polling agents of the All People's Congress were driven out of the stations. People were beaten, mutilated. There was a gentleman who came to my office from Bonk. Now, you think, let me say this. I am not here, I'm sure I did not warn you before I started my speech. I'm sure I did not warn you before I started my speech. For any statement I am making here today, I have evidence for it. And I am not here today to be applauded. I am just here to say the gospel truth, nothing but the truth. So I'm not here to be applauded. Now, there was a gentleman from Bonk who came to my office, and to date, he's still alive, and that's a miracle. About 3 of them, but I'm just giving you one example. All his teeth, the front teeth, he lost 10 in Bonk. We had to take him to the dentist, and they had to create something for him that, he's using now. There was another gentleman, his bowels, his chest was severed from the chest to the bottom of his stomach, and his entrails came out. And let me say this to you. You may think we have the photos, the person is still alive, he's a young gentleman, not even over 15 years yet. But the miracle of it is that he's still alive, but he's still carrying the stitches on him. This was invaded, not only, by state security personnel. And White Boy and Mawa Dumbuya, a nurse, were murdered in the party office. Those of you who are saying, hey, will not tell me that you did not hear about it. If you say you did not hear about it, then you are not a true Sierra Leonean, and you are not listening to what is happening in the political landscape of Sierra Leone. Everybody knows that Mawa, a nurse, was gunned down at the party office. Everybody knows that White Boy, you go to Google, the news are there, the photos are there. Hey, this is how Sierra Leone is going to develop, by condoning things that are not good. And the reason why I brought this up, because it's out there, everybody knows, even they themselves, the government, they knew about it, so you are just fooling yourself. They knew about this debt, and those debts have not yet been investigated. I only mention this because we're talking about political violence under first past the post. This violence we never had before. When I was coming to this gathering, I knew how the gathering was going to be, but as I said, I did not come for any applause. I am here for the people to hear our own side and for them to decide. It deals with the future of this country, not with the future of few people who decide that maybe they are happy with what is happening. They are benefiting from the process of a stolen election, so they say hallelujah. Moreover, under this system, the district proportional representation, there are no by-elections. When a seat becomes vacant, voters are deprived of the opportunity to elect a replacement of their choice. People think about, the income, the resources. It is about the matter of a choice of the people, not how you want it to be. The next person on the list automatically assumes the seat, even if the individual has no connection to the community or public legitimacy. But of course, he's been favored by the party. This denies the electorate their democratic right to choose who represents them in parliament. Resolution 78 calls for a nationwide, inclusive, and transparent consultation on the choice of electoral system. It was never intended to be a formality or a political theater. That was not the idea. Maybe most of you were not there when that particular resolution was discussed. It was for a wider consultation. And I would say a referendum when it comes to the personal right of the person, because a voting right is the personal right of the individual. Let him decide. Let us go to a referendum. Why are you afraid of a referendum? You don't want the people to decide in a referendum. Why? They are going to vote. For the process to succeed, it must be inclusive. Participation from all political parties, civil society, traditional leaders, women's group, and youth representatives, and even ordinary citizens. Because these groups are not the ones that are going to vote. The ordinary citizens are going to vote. Consultation across all districts and chiefdom, not just selected urban centers. A man in the village should understand about this process. And that is what the paramount chiefs were talking about. They should understand also, because they are going to also cast their vote. They should understand the process. Unfortunately, recent developments suggest a deviation from this intent. That's the initial intent of Resolution 78. Specifically, there has been a deliberate effort to exclude the opposition from public dialogue. And I say this, and that is why I'm a bit disappointed that most of the developmentals are not here and other government officers. Of course, I can see some ministers are here. And a direct, word from the president. I see you here today, or used to be, you know. And most of these discussions, the other day at Waterloo, we didn't know that there was going to be a discussion there. Somebody had to call us. Hey, they are holding a discussion here on this PR and post past the post. We were not invited because we could have informed our districts or constituency representative to be there. We want to be involved in this process. But we are not invited. We were hoping that we will receive direct invitation from Mr. Golokata that we are going to this district so that we can allow or we can alert our representatives to be there. But that was never the case. APC mayors and council chairpersons were never informed when consultations were held in their localities. Imagine that. Even our mayors, when you people go to their localities, they are not informed. They will just hear from the grapevine that, oh, these people are here today. This is the consultation we are having. And everybody is fine with it. And let me say this to you. The APC is not going to lose. We are not going to lose if that is what you think. But we want it to be representative. And we just want the people to make the decision and not a group of persons here and there. Meetings have often taken place without adequate notice, transparency, or diversity of views. No clear guidelines, consultation schedule, or feedback mechanism have not been published. This undermines the credibility of the process and risks eroding public trust in its outcome. The APC therefore urges the government to uphold both the letter and spirit of Resolution 78. True electoral reforms must reflect the will of the people, not the interest of a single party. The choice of an electoral system shapes the future of a democracy. It affects how citizens are represented, how power is held accountable, and how peace is perceived. The 2020 experience under the PR system has exposed deep flaws that cannot be ignored. Sierra Leone needs an electoral system that restores faith, promotes equity, and puts voters rather than the parties at the center. We believe first past the post offer the path. Let us not impose systems from above. Let us not impose systems from above. Let us consult, listen, and act in the best interest of our nation, guided always by the voice of the people. Let me end up by saying that we want to caution everyone here, those who are involved in the process, the international community, the government. We want to caution all. Do not legitimize this fraud. Sierra Leone must decide, not politicians. Sierra Leoneans must decide, not the politicians. We call on civil society, development partners, and all patriots to stand up for democracy. And I will end up by saying, even if the entire world is against the APC, any attempt to subvert Resolution 78 through stage-managed consultation will be challenged vehemently through all legal processes and through the constitutional means of calling out the people to render their voice and oppose the system. It is time we take the governance of this country seriously. Let us bring governance back to the people. Today, I am speaking, and some of you, yes, I can understand. You may be thinking, oh, he's the National Secretary General of the APC, so what? But have you really thought about it? Are you really thinking about your daughter? What she wants? How she wants to vote in the next election? Have you thought about it? Simply because you are the head of a political party or you belong, so you don't want to even care about what your family wants, what the citizens of this country want. If I am at this point, I don't want to bore you further. We will make our paper to the committee, and we want to thank you all for your patience. You've all been very patient. Even those few who have been against me, I want to thank you for your patience. And we say, long live to the people of this country, and long live to Sierra Leone. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General of the APC. We have had him, of course, on where he ended. Nobody is against anybody here. It is opinion we are making, it's your view we have expressed, and nobody is against any opinion we will make here. And it doesn't mean that any opinion made here is going to stand. We will listen and we'll put all together. So we are not against anyone, and we are doing it for our country. So I move forward that we will listen to more position paper presentation. I will now ask those that also watch elections in this country to come and make their own position paper here. That is the National Election Watch. Are you ready?
Thank you. Thank you so very much, the chairperson of today's occasion and the chairperson of NACSID. I stand on existing protocols, and I want to say all protocols observed and duly respected. Mr. Chair, I want to bring to the notice of this gathering that this presentation is a convergence of civil society and not necessarily the exclusive National Elections Watch. Now, civil society together and do this position paper, not so National Election Watch, no more one. Therefore, I am fully scripted because now what in civil society say, nine are the car weed. But Marcella Samba say, a citizen of Sierra Leone, 3 issues I want for lay and beer, quick one. Where Boku people, while they read English, where they online, they can say, totally we understand. And so, quick one. I want to tell thank you to the one that will convey this. Because this is not the salon will know. This place into money don't known for dialogue, conversation, and agreement on anything where the border of the development. And I want to appeal that we use the space as such because not done the good governance and democracy. You know, they uphold. And the first point down there, and I said thank you to all the one them we put an under for let this convergence happen. Second, I want to tell thank you to Joe and my sister Valnora and my other party when not there. I put the consultation presentation together. Me, I don't follow democracy in a salon 20 years, and I tell you that presentation woman, it reflects the current scenario. Down the professional, una thank you. It comes to what I want to say before I read my presentation. Quick one. You see this talk here, me, as I be, but democracy is more. You see this talk here on the preferred electoral system. Then you put first past the post. Then you put proportional representation system. A problem. So what would they think? What would they discuss? Let me know. Proportional representation, it's how like woman will be pregnant. It can even born first past the post. Yes. So let me understand that one day. What will begin make this versus this in the cause tension. And so we say, if we want election, now this country, one, if for the credible, electoral system, if they're not come to vote final for nothing. Electoral system. If you take certain people, they say, hey, they're wires for me, they include them. Because what you do, you see Marcella and people that they're not sharp, they come out stay, not to election. Because what you do, all shades of opinion for a pass. If you conduct election, you don't make a level playing field. 17 registered political parties, they need to have access to clear information. Electoral system, if they're fundamentals, they're not there, not for nothing. And then the last one, I see people that they grumble with and they talk. I want to make we nothing. From 1996, me and people 1996 come out. Because now the heart of the conflict, affects me day. So I can pull up come out. But every subsequent post-conflict election gets record of violence. The only thing where you can argue that the degree of variation different, all of them, all post-conflict elections. And so, all by elections, what you go argue that the degree of violence, all by elections, all by elections, all by elections, gets small, shumu, but not the degree. Sometimes we can shumu, but we're not offense. So what do we need to understand? And now now look the lower level election then. So we all therefore agree. Social cohesion, that's what they call it. Let we try. Let we do election at this country without faith. Violence by election not fine. So whether you say that extent of the violence does, election not forget violence. Me, I can shame whenever they give a brief for cancer alone, watch is an hotspot. Let's change that narrative. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we, the representatives of civil society organizations, including community-based organizations, trade unions, interreligious councils, professional bodies, and the media, recognizing the need to implement the cross-party committee on electoral system and management bodies review, the tripartite committee recommendation 78. Then they paraphrase and all, what it mean, at the jumper. Because all supporting recommendation 78, now we are so formed. We say we come together in a participatory dialogue through an inclusive process on the 11th and 12th of June 2025 at the Bank Complex in Sierra Leone, where deliberations took place on which electoral system is most preferred for the Sierra Leonean context. Now the dialogue. During the dialogue, there were mixed reactions from experts, civil society leaders regarding the most suitable system for the country's context. As many believed that the underlying issues, that one the one we don't list so. The underlying issues such as transparency, accountability, inclusive participation, and a process free from violence were affecting the electoral environment rather than the system itself. After thorough engagement, including expert papers, a technical panel, participants' deliberation, voting by civil society leaders shows a huge appetite for first past the post. The first past the post voters stood at 57.9%. Now then inside the consultation they say we in a first past the post ones, followed by proposals for a mixed method electoral system. They wanted they say now pull half here, now pull half here. Now look at the context, now design something. Then people then they will talk that one thing. Now 31.6%. The one that we're saying at PR, now 10.5%. The justification advanced by participants in favor of the first past the post were as follows. They say easy for understand. It is easy to understand. They say when the citizen now we directly choose the representative. They say the most important thing we are able to verify the results in the constituency. In addition, citizen, and I want to make this clear, right? I want to make a public disclosure, in fact. Because of my background in democracy and citizens' participation, I am a proponent of PR. They all know that one thing. But citizens' understanding of the PR is based on what happened in 2023. Citizens' experience with the 2023 proportional representation system was that the high threshold, a lack of understanding and opacity of how members of parliament and councillors were selected in the first place and eventually won seats made the process difficult to understand and effectively eliminated chances for independent candidates and smaller political parties to participate in the allocation of seats. Furthermore, they stated the overreach and exclusive authority of political party leaders to choose candidates. Closed party list, the lack of independent candidates winning MP or councillor seats, and citizens not knowing who their direct representatives are serve as major setbacks to participant acceptance board committee die. And they say, in all of this, that development, that their focus. They mentioned that it is a barrier to transformative development following the 2023 elections. These participants believed that Sierra Leone is in dire need of transformative development, and the decision to choose leaders and pursue the tenets of accountability should rest with the citizens, not a few individuals within political parties. Citizens have therefore formed a perception about the proportional representation system based on their experience interacting with elections in 2023. For many, it was hastily introduced with little public knowledge of the system, and there was no public consultation before the reintroduction. Many believe the first-past-the-post is the traditional system for grassroots representation, and the PR is too complex for local communities to understand, given the national level of percentage of illiteracy. However, participants in favor of the PR system notes with interest that they expect greater awareness. They say, no, tell people about PR more. Let them understand that. As there are various forms of PR which can be adapted to suit the country's context, and recommended the open list constituency-based PR, where citizens can identify and elect their representatives. There should also be a major consideration for a lower threshold or not threshold at all to ensure inclusion, as well as other alternatives such as a national threshold. A number of PR proponents believe in national threshold. Participants in favor of the mixed method electoral system, where we then at the UMO consult that did in a distance, they propose an hybrid system that will create a level playing field for all political parties, including smaller parties and independent candidates. A mixed method approach, they argued, will promote inclusive governance where women, youth, and persons with disability will be fully represented. This group of participants therefore prefer a blend of the first-past-the-post and PR system. It was 31% of them. They proposed that the first-past-the-post should be used for presidential, mayoral, and chairperson and councillors election, and the PR for members of parliament. They further proposed a reduced threshold for winning a seat in parliament and a quota for marginalized groups. Conclusion: the civil society position on the preferred electoral system. Based on the proceedings of the Tuesday National Civil Society Dialogue, the following were the stances of civil society. 57.9 first-past-the-post, proposals for mixed method for 1.6, and proportional representation 10.5%. Civil society believes that based on this information, the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice should design an electoral system that is simple enough for citizens to understand. Whatever type of electoral system is chosen, the rules of this system, such as thresholds, quotas, residency requirements, electoral zone or constituency boundaries, awarding of seats must be given equal and careful consideration. I take that up again. When choosing an electoral system for Sierra Leone, the following parameters should be given due consideration. 1, the threshold. 2, quotas. I mean, it has been legislated, you know, through the GIWI, that women should constitute a minimum of 30%. So we should not forget about that. Residency requirement. I think that the Paramount Chief mentioned that in his presentation exclusively. Residency requirements. So people feel that those coming forward to represent them can represent the views of their communities, because they find out that a number of people are representing who are not domiciled in those communities, nor do they have a touch in important that residency requirements becomes a consideration. Electoral zone or constituency, that can factor in on residency requirement because people feel they need to be represented, not just like a blanket of a group of people representing their political party and not citizens themselves. And lastly, the awarding of seats. How does votes translate to seats? We need to make that clear so a number of people can understand so that they can follow the process. So all of this must be given equal consideration. Such a system should also ensure that the power to elect leaders rests with the citizens and not just a few in the political parties. It must provide for at least 30% minimum representation of women and other vulnerable groups and be transparent and accountable enough, allowing electoral activities and outcomes to be verifiable. I take it up again. The system must be transparent enough, allowing electoral activities and outcomes to be verified. Additionally, elections results should be made acceptable by all. And finally, the electoral system alone is insufficient unless the broader environment within which it operates is also transformed. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Neil, for your position. Neil commented on the two systems. Of course, the broader one is the first past the post, but also the recommended issues on the PR. So we continue to receive more position papers. Can you please, sorry, can you receive here? Please, we are paper. Okay, so we continue. Now I have the pleasure to invite the West Africa Civil Society Forum representative to also come and make a position paper here. Are you here? Yeah, we are all going to talk. I've said not necessarily going by order as in the agenda, but we are all going to talk.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ministers, members of the Tripartite Committee, political party present here, students, pupils, all other protocol duly observed. Let me, on behalf of the chairperson of WACSOF, who is unavailably absent, brief members here based on a consultation on the two systems with regards recommendation 78. 2 weeks ago, we visited the office of the Attorney General to engage him on this very important process with regards to the 80 recommendation of the Tripartite Committee. The first question we asked the Attorney General with regards to electoral reforms, are there any entrenched clause that warrants referendum to look at electoral reforms? The answer was no, but there is going to be electoral reforms based on the recommendation. We also visited the chairperson of the Tripartite Steering Committee, who doubles as the Chief Minister, to make our position at WACSOF very clear that as WACSOF, We support an electoral system that is transparent, inclusive, cost-effective, and the will of the people. We also engage the advisor to the president for public sector and the head of public sector reform unit, Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, to inform me that WACSOS has started the process of consultation on 3 key issues in the recommendation. Recommendation 40, which we thought these are human rights issues. People have the right to assemble and to participate. Recommendation 78 and recommendation 79. Let me start with the electoral system. And I want Mami Balu to understand which are the talk now the villages, because this program is being streamed live. Now, if we look the 2 electoral systems the way we get, each one getting advantage, each one getting disadvantage. If we talk about election, where government for support and get independence and ensure that we own voices be heard, we forget a system. One, where for be very cost effective, where for be inclusive, and where for ensure say, and for be violence free. I serve in the Youth Commission Board, where I represented young people. The first past the post system have not given young people the opportunity for either go to parliament or for become councillors. I represented youth in that board pushing for the TRC recommendation of 10% quota until I do me 2 terms on that board we never achieve. Because when they stand the election, man, you always get economic power, they defeat the youth. The same for the persons with disability. Except political parties, sorry for them. But the first past the post system, not don't give them the opportunity for let their voices be heard. What did the people that say who consult them? They say they want a system where in BC, government or the electoral commission, not for the get by election, were so violent. Somebody just asked me, say that Honorable will die in Akenema if they don't replace her. I say yes, they don't replace her last week. Nobody don't know. I did been there before go for by-election. You know me for easy. The violence, if I'm about school, if I'm about colleges, if I'm about business people, as we don't see by several by-election. But they are downside of the PR system. And let's note that. The people that will consult say, yes, even though they want PR system, but let PR be an open list. Where people that go watch, say, this name where he puts, if you not pull them, we'll not vote for you. I also want to commend Dr. Julius Spencer when I attend the expert panel on the presentation of the PR system. And I told the tripartite committee, use this man for go around the country. Maybe some people they not get the right orientation of a system that is inclusive, cost-effective, participatory, and giving opportunity to vulnerable people. The workshops have 18 thematic areas, if you must know. One of these thematic areas will make you get interested in this is political affairs, democracy, elections, and good governance. And we are going to hold that pillar very strongly, more so where we say the current president is the chairman of the ECOWAS Commission. We all know say workshop don't die, but we have resurrected workshop for ensure we get a free, fair, participatory, and transparent election process. I also want to make it very clear that in the consultation of civil society, most civil society groups were left out. And I brought these two ideas, and I want to make them understand this, that you know they support a single group, single consult civil society. It is wrong. I insist, it is wrong. We don't do that. You does not represent all of us. So ideas must understand that when you say civil society, there are diverse civil society groups. Have you supported people with disabilities to consult themselves? Have you supported university students? Have you supported the young people to consult themselves? You cannot represent my view if I'm not part of the process. For those clear that one. Now, we want a review of the PR system. And what's not the review there? Let me take first past the post. If one get post to win a constituency, whether it is SLPPO, whether it is NGCO, whether it is UDM, any represent you now. So as a district block system, if the quota are 8, shape the members of parliament and they according to zone and area. For say for instance, Western Rural, from Godrich to Ogu Farm, now you. Anybody want to talk to let's talk to you. The same for the local council. Shape them into areas. Say inside Gloucester, from this point to this point, if possible engage councillor for this locality, let engage this person. Another suggestion will come, not to APC and SLPP no more than a salon, not to the GEA. Let's give other political parties the opportunity. Dr. Sandy City, there is my very good friend. The idea is they were done, they will never darken in the walls of parliament for ensuring they pass it to great laws they pass in the parliament. Lower the threshold. Lower the threshold so that we will have the opportunity to participate. Mr. Moderator, also we want for push that in this system, the order of the list will be like this. First person youth, second person woman, third person with disability. So they will have the opportunity for go represent you in councils and in parliament. If you not put her in that order, I will not appreciate. I repeat this, and this is very important. Because in the TLC recommendation, it was recommended to form the district youth committee. That committee will not transform into council. We are young people who learn politics. We are young people who participate in national governance. And a quota was recommended of 10%. So what was see in the system of the PR, young people, the name that they forgot first na the list for ensuring they have the opportunity. Second, to with dynamic women them, and third, to person with disability. All other one, it can follow now. We want to ensure, and want to make a very clear say, recommendation 40 should not be accepted. It should not. Why do you want to deregister political parties if they're not going to parliament? They have their people. 70, they have their people. Elect now 10 they get. Now the people don't believe in them. Their voices must be heard. I see this as a tactics to close up here. I see this as a tactics for silence their voices. I see this as a tactics where contravene the 1991 Constitution. Conclusion. The West Africa Civil Society Network supports the PR system with an amendment, as I don't talk them before. Lower the threshold in a particular district, assign them according to zones and community, so that me where they all farm for no saying Dr. Spencer for talk to me honorable, me where they na Mambo for no saying this person for talk to us me council. Assign them by zones. You can do it. Ensure we get an open list. So people will scrutinize their list and they don't want a system who say people defeat by election. If there is going to be a by-election at Kenema, the kind factor for them, more like people they get a lower election. So the factor for them behind that, in their mock school, in their mock college, in their mock business people them. But that honorable they don't replace them very soon. Nobody don't know. Also want for comment Professor Joe Pemabi in his presentation. Coming event cast their shadows. Dr. Joe Pemabi. He talk and say the people that say pull Afia, pull half commoner can make a better system. That after they pull, now the open list. So I'm gonna say, if you push power in him, I say if you don't pull power in him and then they vote, pull up, and you want me vote, they pull up. When you vote on this is for those to emphasize, and just say if now Western area na 28 on able, make Western area by zone. Grandma sister na over from here to yonder. Peter Thomas na over from here to yonder. Maria Tukano na over from here to yonder. So if they make laws in the parliament, I can engage you and give your own thoughts, give your own views, because members of parliament, before making laws, supposed to consult me so it can be people's representation and not their own self-representation. These are the issues to focus on good governance. Civil society does not monitor election. Civil society observes election. Civil society is not an opposition. Civil society does not work for the government, but civil society can work with the government for disseminate policies or for advocate for policy change. I want for us to be case, and I hope our inputs will be taken into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Waxoff, for your position. We continue for listening more, but I hope say the one day when you're gonna use toilet or go up there, when I go come back, because una second for make una valid contribution for this process. All right, now make a reminder. We go lunch, do you wanna come back? We'll not defy again for them to get your inputs. Now, I will want to invite the Office of the National Security for MedSF can give their own presentation. So all men, they come on board and they can talk. They play vital role per election process in the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think we get the opportunity now for code switch between English and Creole, if necessary, because previous speakers they will get an attitude for do so. So myself will follow suit. But before I go to the presentation, I want to say three things. The first is that the security sector of Sierra Leone is elitist, meaning they get people that will learn, what they say can do research, and once we will get the invitation for say we will make a statement on this occasion, we do an extensive research so that we will come out with an informed position for contribute to the debate. The second one is that security sector, we professional, and because we professional, anything we feel say we get for support national security in this country, we serve one for Falamakata. And the third point is members of the security sector, na Sierra Leoneans, in as much as they are security sector operatives, themselves they get the legal and moral obligation for me to contribute to anything when a national debate. So we don't go let us take that out of context. So on this occasion, and they represent the National Security Coordinator, Mr. Abdullahi Kolka. We're not there today with we because of other official commitments. Mina in deputy, I'm named Dr. Ahmed Sano. So he puts confidence in me, he reposed confidence in me, and he gave me the authority for me. I can read the position paper, where if I don't deliver, if incessant been there. But I want to assure you and say, this position paper, what would they present? Although not the Office of National Security, where they call, but not a security sector thing. Possibly the Office of National Security isn't at the limelight because we get the responsibility for coordinating the security sector, provide a platform from where we get a consensus of the issues, and we also promote security sector governance. So now that make me do that presentation. And so if that are the case, and they read the position paper, verbatim, with the National Security Coordinator, if I don't read, if himself been there. So let me recognize high-profile government officials that are here, our revolt paramount chiefs, our international partners, if any of them around now, and the distinguished ladies and gentlemen of Sierra Leone. The transformation of Sierra Leone security framework since 2002, epitomized by the creation of the Office of National Security, ONS, marks one of the most important achievements in our country's post-conflict governance. In line with its legal mandate, the ONS continues to play a key role in incorporating security issues into the wider governance system, offering strategic threat assessments and ensuring security sector management adheres to democratic principles, transparency, accountability, and proportionality. The ONS and the wider security sector are compelled to emphasize a fundamental truth. That is, governance and security are deeply interconnected. Electoral systems, though primarily tools for democratic expression, have significant implications for societal cohesion and national stability. While Sierra Leone has transcended a post-conflict status and now classified as a low-income country, because we are making this correction because we are the experts, and the often hear people that they talk say a post-conflict country, a fragile state. We are not. We're now out of that kind of description. We are a low-income state. We are a low-income country, so meaning we don't go beyond the post-conflict description. So while we have transcended a post-conflict status and now classified as a low-income country, our political landscape often reflects the potential for upheavals. Therefore, the adoption of a proportional representation PR electoral system presents the country with an opportunity not only to strengthen democracy, but also to enhance national cohesion and peace. In this regard, the Office of National Security, and by extension, the security sector of Sierra Leone, cannot dodge their moral responsibility to provide advice on matters that directly affect national stability. It is within this context that I present on behalf of the National Security Coordinator and the security sector this considered position recommending the adoption of the proportional representation system as a strategic imperative for Sierra Leone's peace, stability, and democratic consolidation. Sierra Leone's political history provides compelling evidence of security threats rooted in the system of governance that potentially excludes others. From independence through to the brutal civil war of the 1990s, our experience has been shaped by a first-past-the-post system that firmly established one-party rule, fostered grievances, and spread the seeds of violent conflict. The Lomé Peace Accord of 1999 recognized this reality, supporting inclusivity and broad-based participation as essential pillars of sustainable peace. Regrettably, the return to the first-past-the-post in the early 2000s rekindled old divisions. Elections under this system repeatedly became high-stakes contests for total political control with predictable security repercussions, such as post-election crises, as has been mentioned in 2007, in 2018, and the unrest of 2023, which starkly illustrate the harmful impact of politics that excludes people. These cases reflect a systemic problem that proportional representation directly rectifies. By matching parliamentary seats more closely with the people's different views, proportional representation helps reduce the winner-takes-all mentality found in the first-past-the-post elections. Smaller parties and minority groups secure representation commensurate with their support base, fostering a sense of belonging and reducing grievances that often create instability. Importantly, proportional representation mitigates the security risks associated with electoral laws, lowering the stakes and decreasing the potential for violent conflict. From a security governance perspective, proportional representation fosters stability by pushing parties to work together. In systems where single-party dominance is structurally constrained, the political culture shifts towards cooperation and consensus. This agrees squarely with Sierra Leone's national security policy and strategy, which identifies inclusive governance as fundamental to preempting threats to peace and stability. Moreover, international experience reinforces proportional representation's efficacy. In post-conflict societies like Rwanda, South Africa, and Northern Ireland, proportional representation has been instrumental in managing diversity and fostering inclusive governance structures. These nations demonstrate how proportional representation reduces motivations for violence, supports reconciliation, and sustains peace through equitable political representation. Globally, as of 2024, there are 195 countries in the world. Out of these, over 90 countries employ aspects of proportional representations, gaining tangible benefits in inclusivity, stability, and governance. In Western Europe, proportional representation underpins democratic resilience in nations such as Germany, Sweden, Norway, and the Netherlands. Eastern European states like Poland and Romania, African countries including South Africa and Namibia, and even Asia and Latin American democracies resonate with this trend. These systems consistently report higher voter trust and satisfaction, lower electoral violence, and more representative governance. Lesotho's transition to a mixed proportional representation electoral system in 2002, which followed serious electoral violence after the 1998 general elections, which have been conducted under the first-past-the-post system, exemplifies the pacifying effect of inclusive representation under proportional representation. Studies further reveal that proportional representation enhances voter turnout and satisfaction, with trust in democratic institutions higher than in first-past-the-post systems. Importantly, proportional representation encourages policy stability through coalition governance. Although critics warn of fragmentation, coalition governments often lead to more balanced and consensus-based decisions, as shown by Germany's long-lasting stability. Proportional representation also promotes issue-based politics over identity-driven campaigns, forcing parties to broaden their appeal beyond narrow ethnic or regional affiliations, a lesson Sierra Leone must take seriously. The contrast between proportional representation and the first-past-the-post is clear. First-past-the-post breeds disproportionate representation, heightens political tension, and fosters exclusionary governance. In contrast, proportional representation matches representation with voter preference, mitigates electoral violence, encourages cooperation, and supports a more accountable, stable, and peaceful system of governance. Sierra Leone's history often offers clear lessons. The 1996 elections conducted under a proportional representation system amid a brutal civil war produce a broadly representative parliament that fosters dialogue over conflict and helps contain tensions that might otherwise have escalated to violence. By contrast, first-past the post-elections have consistently aggravated ethnic and regional divisions through their winner-takes-all outcomes, making them ill-suited to our multi-ethnic society. Professional representation's inclusive and proportional approach offers a corrective to this history of polarization, easing the burden on our security sector by reducing the risk of electoral violence. It encourages political actors to see elections less as battles for survival and more as a means to sustain democracy and promote peaceful coexistence. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by affirming with utmost conviction that the proportional representation goes beyond just choosing who to vote for. It stands as a strategic imperative for the security, unity, and democratic consolidation of Sierra Leone. In our quest to build a peaceful, stable, and truly inclusive nation, we must confront an undeniable truth. Electoral systems either serve as bridges to inclusion or become walls that entrench division and perpetuate conflict. Proportional representation offers us that bridge, a path towards shared governance, mutual respect, and national cohesion. For the sake of our unity, our security, and the sacred promise of an enduring democracy, Sierra Leone must summon the courage to proceed. As Nelson Mandela, in his long walk to freedom, 1994, so wisely reminded the world, quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done." Quote. Thank you all, and may God bless you.
Very much, Deputy Coordinator for the ONS, for your position. We are narrowing down to the discussions from the public. Two positions are to be presented now. Of course, like I say, I've not been going in the very orderly way as on the agenda, but we are going to conclude very well. And we want to say we end up with the religious people. From when they present, then the public will now talk from their religious intervention. So at this juncture, I would want to humbly invite the Sierra Leone People's Party representative to come and give a position.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and other political parties in the room this afternoon. I bring you greetings, and ladies and gentlemen. I consider this for be part of the political campaign and education of our people. And therefore, I know the Kanaya Sofokangi literature. This is not politics, and I want to talk to Wuna directly. Mina Abdullah Bunwai, Mina chairman of the Southern Region SLPP. I therefore represent my party together with my colleague, Aiseta Timbo, Mrs. Instead my chairperson, na Northeastern Region SLPP. I started it to you. So it will show you how inclusive we party there. SLPP is one of the oldest political parties, even the oldest political party existing now in Sierra Leone, but we are modernizing and we are progressive. I only want to talk about 3 things here this afternoon. One, national dialogue. Waiting with a focus we attention on national dialogue. Waiting we believe in. Second, inclusivity. Waiting on inclusivity where we party they talk about. And lastly, the electoral system where we believe in or who they propose for this country. National dialogue. We party, as you all see, we believe in engagement. We engage with people them right from the grassroots onto the top. We do lower level elections. At times it can be difficult, we can make plaba there, but we still believe in it because that's the way we dialogue with people them. For the purpose of this meeting, there are 3 aspects of national dialogue, 3 issues that we will focus attention on. One, now the tripartite recommendations them. During we dialogue forums them, we want to focus, or we don't focus them mainly on all of the TRC recommendations there, and we don't deliberate on them extensively. The second thing, now, electoral reforms. We believe, say, elections or the way they conduct elections, no side no the way you they get perfect solution or perfect framework. Now something where it evolve until confident solutions are achieved. You they reform them now, so now like us, where they build us, after some time you think say, oh yeah, let we pull one veranda panel. Now so democracy day, now so electoral systems you they get in final after we don't use them severally now, then we accustomed to them. Now we they use now Tego. Now so other countries they don't do. Let we not come, go copy something and they bring and come and think say, now so we forgo, now so no. We propose this and let we continue for reform and move forward. Let it suit we understand them and it will go pass over to we begin them. Lastly, even the national constitution is something where we believe say we need for dialogue with the public on. Not so everything where they inside with national constitution where suitable for this country or for we all. Some people are left out of it, some people are benefiting from it. How do we make it better for everybody? So some reforms need to happen within that national constitution there. And we believe, say, with the open dialogue on them. Now we come for inclusivity. What's in our inclusivity? We party if for bringing our memories them back to history. We party una the area where they say one country, one people. Now inclusivity that one day where we be me. And from with phobias, there are certain people there where we say this country from Freetown, Yasote to Waterloo, take on Peninsula, now one country that one day. From the other now take go up now another country. They say now 2 countries then for common inside. That now be the time where SLPP been just done born. Or the groups of people that we finally form SLPP. Now the time now one day we then grabbed him up and say no. We believe say this country, that small country, let we not divide and further. This is now one country, one people. So they put past referendum on that one day. Now so SLPP take win that referendum day. Now in and say now, oh this now in for be we own slogan. Now we motto now unity, we slogan now one country, one people. So from the beginning, this party don't stand for inclusivity. We want to bring everybody together. We don't mix by one party business, pull people in there, lay you, they flag you, do other things them. We don't see all this don't happen in this country. We want minority voices, minority tribes, for let themselves be part of the political system, the governance system. We also want people that were challenged, physically or otherwise. How we go bring them come on board? Nobody not get a solution there unless with a dialogue, unless we keep talking and reforming, so that we're able to bring all of their shades of opinion into the broader governance structure of architecture in our country. So this is the position of our party. We believe in inclusivity. We believe say this is a work in progress. We don't get no barrier to that. We want to bring everybody on board. Now I come to the electoral system. What make really we go into elections for get representations or representatives them? Anybody go show me from the crowd? Why make we vote for people them for good parliament or not council? You know, before now or even now, people then think say when we begin die, I forgot to that MP. We are one married that MP, they will have been voted for that council, they will take that responsibility. If not to that, I'm a bad man. You know, I've been hearing the last political party rep where they talk say people are not able to identify who that them for go cry to, who that for build schools for them. No. Parliament, for example, now laws then for let things that happen to society. Not to forget build school in society. Because we envisage one day as a political party, now that we ensure say we bring back the local councils. Local councils, now then they deliver services. Now then they build schools, now then they build health centers, now then they build water wells, now then they build roads them within their communities then they. Whilst the MPs therefore come for make proper laws based on what they affect una, how they go able to fine-tune them, make it be better for una. But they are not there for go build school, for go attend. If they do that one day to any community or to anybody, now fine gesture. But really, people that way they talk say, oh, they don't know them, they're representative in the parliament. For that small community, they need first past the post because they want to achieve that. No, it's not going to work like that. Let them go to the councils. We empower local councils for let them deliver all of them things then they. Me proposal now that the PR now the best form of electoral system we're open to reform as they go along. We don't try once now, 2023. People that want let it perform miracles. We want to remove barriers in this country because this, say what you may, we're not a divided society. Naturally, we divided along tribal lines, along regions, along districts, you know, and so on. How another constructs now in people that use for go into their various political parties there, especially APC and SLP. When election they come, we can predict almost if now their constituency election they go by. For say, all the as na APC get for winning and APC stronghold it. All the SLPP stronghold it. That na recipe for division and chaos. Because once na SLPP stronghold, you APC, you want for camp pool name, believe me, they not agree. They will affect you all kind of way. Equally so if na APC stronghold, we see SLPP, they can't infiltrate, then they do that, they will affect you. How we go avoid that one day? Now, through the PR. Today, you see SLPP, it gets seats there in Waterloo. It gets seats there in Falaba. It gets seats there even in Bombali and other places in Cambia and so on. Now, because of the PR. So, as they go along, this PR system, it will remove that barrier, so there will be no more stronghold. Waiting will be now people that will go do good. Now development would I go bring a common good to these communities, to these districts. Now the people that go look forward to vote for, and it's no longer about stronghold. So these are the things that we want to bring down. If the moment we bring down that thing there, so electoral violence will be reduced or even eliminated over time. Lastly, I want to say the PR. The most successful countries in the world would have checked after this meeting. Most successful countries in the world. Now one form of PR or the other that they use. They don't spend too much, they don't spend too much money per election. Even though they're rich, these are the richest nations in the world. And I tell you, when I check them, now PR system that they use, then they don't begin a reformer going forward, and they reformer every cycle, then go put in here and there. Now work in progress until confident solutions emerge. Because all of their structures, they are all they use, so not to Africa man design them. We, now out of colonial system or colonial domination where they create the nation state, so they go salon, parliament, state house, judiciary, all of the structures they are so born out of that thing, they are alien to us. But yet still, we go use them because we don't get alternative right now. But how we go manage for use them, study them, and adapt them to our own system, let us serve we better. Not to for candidates, you throw it this, you bring down it, you throw it down one day, it's not going to work. We as SLPP, people that don't govern, they don't lead to war and destruction for 11 years. Now we can't settle down, we don't bring institutions then back, no, we move. So, people that they say this, the protectorate and the colony, now two countries, we say no, this is not one country, one people, and we vote on that day. Today we have a single country called Sierra Leone, unity, freedom, and justice. So the people then will come with flamboyant things. They will talk all kinds of rosy things. But we, now the SLPP, now pragmatists, now progressives, and are the most modernized political party now in this country. Although we are the oldest. I tell you, I thank you, I left when I was there once there.
Thank you very much from the SLPP. Like I said, one more presentation, then we come to the public. One more last presentation, and that is the Interreligious Council. Any representative here, Interreligious Council. Because they are going to crown it all. God is in their position paper, and that is where they are going to talk. Then from there we will pick issues and they will make our own inputs. Thank you very much. I'm sure that is Reverend.
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Reverend Dr. Usman Jesse Fona, Secretary General of the Interreligious Council of Sierra Leone. The religious leader would have loved to flood this hall, like the paramount chiefs, but we only received 2 invitations. Remain committed to working with all electoral stakeholders, electoral bodies, including the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone, political parties, civil society organizations, and the international community to uphold democracy, peace, and justice in Sierra Leone. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Reverend, for representing the Inter-Religious Council. Now we come to take more inputs from the public. It's now your time. And therefore I will say, the floor is open. We will organize it. You can put up your hands, and then we'll call and you come and do your contributions. But please, I think, since we are plenty and time, people here, you have to make your contribution short. Okay. So we make it's just 1 point you can give, and then to the issue, then we'll be able to take more. And I will time people that will be coming to talk, so that you will not go too much into time. I will knock my mic. Yeah, I will knock the mic to tell you, you may have to stop so that we can give chance to people to contribute. Yes. Okay, so mics are around, and we want to start with knowledge. Somebody's hands has been so long here. Give it to Dr. Julius Spencer. Please, if we are going for lunch, please make sure we come back, because it's your time.
Around 3 o'clock.
Yeah, coordinator.
People are hungry.
Where are you going? Please come back. It's your time to contribute.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is not going to be served now, please.
I think there might be some
lunch will not be served now. Please take your seats. This is an all-important occasion. Our feedbacks are as important as the presentations that have been given. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I really cannot make comments in 1 or 2 minutes. So I'll just say one thing. I think this process is flawed. Why am I saying that? People are taking positions without fully understanding the systems. People are taking positions in relation to proportional representation based on their experience of 2023. Since 2008, I've been advocating for proportional representation. And my position has always been, let us engage in proper dialogue, examine the systems, and select the one that is most suited for us. Now, why am I advocating for proportional representation? It's fairly simple. 11.9%. With 11.9%, you will not get a seat in Bond. Whilst you don't need more than maybe 9% to get a seat in the Western area. So if we use the largest remainder method also involves allocating the seats based on whole numbers. For example, if 10 seats are available and a party gets 42% of the votes, that person gets first 4 seats. If another party gets 3.7, another one gets even 1.9, you allocate the whole numbers first, because you cannot allocate half a parliamentarian. So allocate the whole numbers, and then you go back and look at the party that had the largest remainder. For example, you had even 1.9%. 9% is higher than 7. 0.9 is higher than 0.7 is higher than 0.2. You could get a seat. In 1996, parties got seats without even getting 1%. So there are ways it can be done. And when you look at the executive, my proposal is for the executive, we use what they call the majoritarian system, which is first past the post, but we don't do second round. 1 round, you don't even need 50%. You get 45% or 48%. You have the largest number. Somebody gets 32%. Another person gets 20%. That's the election. 40-something% is the winner. But in the appointment of executive positions, it is based on the proportion of votes that you got. So if you are the highest, you got 40-something%, you appoint 40-something% of the ministers, ambassadors, whatever, executive positions. Somebody got 32%, they appoint the same thing, same percentage. So why are some of us advocating for proportional representation? Now, if you go back in time, the seed for divisiveness in Sierra Leone was sown with the establishment of Freetown as a colony. It was worsened when Samuel Timagai died, and no, in fact, independence. Independence, Shaka Stevens first started in the SLPP. How many people know that? Shaka Stevens was a member of the SLPP. The SLPP was formed by protectorate elites. He left and formed PUP. For independence, the independence discussions, he was part of the delegation. He refused to sign. Why? Most people say, oh, he wanted to be leader, so he was advocating for election before independence. He had valid reasons. His argument was on the fact that Northerners were not really represented. He was arguing for more Northern representation and for the Northern perspective to be taken into account. He came back, started mobilizing. Several people joined him. They formed the APC. Just before independence, himself and many of those people were arrested and detained. Pademba Road. Yes, they were locked up for independence and then released after independence. Come the death of Milton Magai. Oh, let me pause. Is there anybody here who is above 70? Well, I'm the oldest person in this room. So I've lived through it. In 1964, when Milton Magai died, John Carifa Smart was next in line for leadership of the SLPP. A Northerner who was passed over. Albert Magai was made the leader. Albert Magai now started consolidating power. He got rid of the Northerners in his cabinet. So they then moved aside. So that event also strengthened the division. Fast forward, we got to 1996 elections, proportional representation. President Kaba, coup after a year or so. When he came back, he established a cabinet which drew ministers from several political parties. I was a member of that cabinet, and I sat in cabinet with people from several political parties. But President Kaba was in control. So the argument that if you have several political parties represented not being charged is not true. It's not true. So for me, the focus is national cohesion. And the truth is that the politicians, their focus is on what they need to do to win elections. Elections come, one party wins. Focus is on what they need to do to retain power. The opposition, their focus is on what they need to do to take power from them. The focus is not on national development because we have come to a point where we believe that if your party is not in power, you do not get anything. It's difficult to survive. Jobs, everything. So people, that is part of the reason why there is violence. And when you look at first past the post, across the world, what happens is eventually you have a two-party system. 2018, we had more parties in parliament. 2023, it was proportional representation. Why do we only have 2 parties in parliament? There are a number of reasons. One, the threshold was too high. 2, the smaller parties had internal issues that generally made them unelectable. So it is not the system that made them not be electable, it was the threshold and their own internal issues. So, whatever system, my position is, let us have more consultation, let us examine the PR system properly, let us identify what we can use, what we should not use, but the fact remains that across the world, and it's not 90 countries using proportional representation, it's 130. 90 was several years ago. It's now 130 countries using some form of proportional representation or the other. And there must be reasons. Why are all these countries, and many of them are prosperous countries, why are they using this system against the first past the post? There are good reasons. So let us not use our experience of 2023 and the closed party list system to determine the decision we make. Let us examine it properly.
And please, we will be taking it now. Please, I beg, because we want to get some view in this process. Let's do it for 2 minutes. Just one point issue so that we give chance for others to contribute. Please, yes. The mic person, let's be communicating and to see how you pass on the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Robin Fale from Kailang. Former member of parliament, but still carry the title because I worked for it. I'm very happy for today. We travel far for camp, for just participating in this dialogue. I think it's a blessing for we all. This Leono High Dam is very historic because this crossroad is very, very important for let we look at Sierra Leone not because of a political party. I always get talk say me, they not bomb me in a political party. They bomb me as a Sierra Leonean. So I pay more premium to what the benefits alone pass party. I can left any party today, my life today go on. But now come I go naturalized in London or in England, they will still say Salon you come on. So Salon important to me pass party. I'm glad the way you make we really recite the national pledge today and the national anthem. Because what you do, we don't do it at school, but we don't forget. So my ask ourselves say, sing the national pledge or sing the national anthem. They're not sabi. They're not about time people that they forget that thing. So me are very happy we all there. Well, I will look at Sierra Leone not because of party. The 2 systems they already talk about, they all get the advantages and disadvantages. But why we feel say let we objectively and constructively look at the PR system because the benefits outweigh the negative sides of it. And I talk to these political parties there all day. I listen to both sides today. I done the 10 years at the APC, I done all my life at the SFPP. And also the small political parties there, this is at your advantage. If any political party really serious, what it make them a people say, when I open political parties them all over offices in the regions, so that at least when a representation and when a presence go there. Any political party we really serious, let us really look at the threshold. If they put that threshold down, you work very hard, you must get seats in the parliament or you must get a council. And that will increase the democracy in this country. If I don't need a parliament, it will increase the debate, it will make sure say we listen and talk on the behalf of the people. For the All People's Congress Party, we all did it. We all, my brother there and I, my former colleague. It's to your advantage because what we need to do, we don't already spread. If we work hard, we go get seats in Kaila. We work hard, we go get seats inside Kenema. Now let the politicians and parties that go free this game here. This is at the benefits and advantage for all political parties. If it's serious, you will get that. At the best anybody, if we all come together to go for party, we go get seats inside Poloko. Because what you do, I don't go to school, I know one day they not ever elect me for any position. But you ask me today, say put 2,000 people inside 2 days, young people na pull up, they pull up. Because what you do, I don't join the society that day, I don't do beaucoup thing that day for them, I don't represent beaucoup thing for them. The school fee what they do na Shebema, I didn't want to pull up. I know they discriminate against anybody. That's why I believe in radical inclusion. Say together, collectively, we will make sure we're better and better for all of us. So this is a golden opportunity for all. Let us put the party business aside and let's look at the green, white, and blue. The PR system has its own advantages. The disadvantages are based on the leadership there. Would I want to give symbol to a friend, or to a mama and daddy, or to a brother, or would I want to give money? Those are the issues. But if you look at them at constituency level, they all get winning and they get symbol. The first person will come, first, you get them, you put them up, the second person you get them. So we do all the representatives we have under the SFPP. Now 10 constituencies today. Each constituency can with 2 people them. They all put them. So the first 10 people them, now they put them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The other people that they begin put them now 11, you know, till they go to 20. So would I die today? You know, then they put you. Now that happened that Canada. You know, see no violence happen. But not trade. Now serious halala go day. My brother Tunis go day. Me every day, that's what they talk about. We say that's what people that go to cause their cause, copy their mama. But what will happen? A smooth transition. So it will reduce violence, it will reduce cost of government, it will make sure say participation there, it will increase democracy, and by the end of the day, it will make national cohesion very popular. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Will it take 5? They will come this way, they will go by. So 1, 2, please. Give the one with the scout, after which give the man with the white behind. Yes, give that one now. After him, give in the white. They will go right up. Any hands up? They will get. With the cat owner, I said that now. Yes, 3, you with the blue cap. Yes, you. So let's get this. Go on.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Sharif. I'm the chairperson of the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. I get an observation and I get some recommendation. First observation is that the same thing way persons with disability that they crumble for years, now it happened back now today. Yeah. Now just out of an afterthought that they put you in at the center for a conversation was so important. 1.3% of the population of this country not be part of this dialogue from the beginning. I think so for the people, check them processes in it. We're not going to settle for that anymore. Remember, disability issues, not charity issues. These are governance, human rights, and development issues. And for they at the center of every conversation. Would they insist on that day and would they request moving forward that we voice not just to bring, no, they not bring with voice out of tokenism or out of an afterthought. For they at the center of the conversation.
Thank you very much.
My next point now that we all day 1 second from being a person with disability, either from medical diagnosis, either from an accident, or either from old age. So this conversation not for we now when a person with disability, it for be for we all. With the next moment, you could be a highly placed politician, but you could become a person with disability. My point now is that persons with disability don't be the one the way they don't discriminate for a very long time. So we want to take a stand where deliberate and unapologetic for ensure say we get quotas in everything we do. And I think say for we, the proportional representation system we will be reviewed, we will match what that to be, we will be adapted to our system, to our culture, to what we think. For be something we will give strong consideration. In fact, the good thing is that women don't get 30%. That was a powerful model. If women get 30% on a 5 model, the TRC gives something for me to enjoy. The Act, the 2011 Person with Disability Act, get provisions so say they're not for discriminate against me. When National Constitution talk the same thing, and the tripartite recommendation now don't make it very clear that persons with disability form a center stage. Now the opportunity this will get. So why not use the 30% quota system for women instead of we can get all of this conversation and keep the safe spaces for persons with disability? Now that they will push for and we want to let that happen. I see the Minister of Gender, and they come for council you. One strategy we'll get for make sure say women with disability be represented. Now that they don't give una 30%. But the 30% we then give una, we just ask for 30% for women with disability. Thank you very much.
So, like I said, for today, you will not marginalize anybody. For today, because there was nobody on the high table. Now only the one way for talk like and so. And I don't give now the mic immediately. Thank you. You can go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Mina Alpha Timbo, Mina, the former Minister of Labor, now Presidential Advisor on Job Creation. First of all, I thank the organizers of this event. We'll go down small to history. When the war in the Dawn, before the elections of President Kaban, there was the issue as to which type of electoral system they use. That time, plenty politicians outside Sierra Leone. I've been the Secretary General of the SLTU as well as Secretary General of Labour Congress. Now we start the process of which system for use. And Dr. Abubakar Kabu know there right now. We forget any round of applause. And if us begin say after this war, the system will get for use for make people able for transform this country at the proportional representation system. So if it did, I think it's a possible need for fair. Listen to Dr. Spencer, what he don't talk. All what he don't talk now make perfect sense. We were to introduce him today as the representative of SLPP in the northern region. Yesterday we did Dubai with the CAN 9 and see the CAN at this particular program. Now I said because people they don't understand the proportional representation system. I said they understand that we not they advocate for no other system for Sierra Leone. And then they know we make sure we make use, we modify how it's supposed to be and work on them. So now I cannot go to voting Dr. Spencer said. I just want to address one or two issues will constitute this one. Based on the organizers of this event, they want to really get a definitive position as to whether they for use of first past the post or go follow for the proportional representation. Based on the presentations, all what they do now so today, you will see say fundamental ones and come out the paramount chiefs and come out the APC, then come out and the civil society, then come out for can the other way. So if that is the case, what do we need to do as a government? Since we look out for the proportional representation, including the president because of the cohesion of this country, they will look at some of the things they would mention and try to see how we incorporate them. So first the APC, I don't know if you don't know. The first thing we cry now is that the organizers of this then deliberately left them out during the process of the consultation. So if that is the case, then they have to correct that one. A big political party like APC, you don't just invite them by radio, like I invite everybody. If you go consult in Waterloo and for this, they have to have a written. They have to have a written invitation. If not to that, if they want to play the game like how they bring you back, they know we can. And then we can put us. So that might happen, then that needs to be corrected. But if not also happen, then go look at it, then go get can explain also and see whether it's legitimate. On the civil society part, Nademi come out. I was the first person who was spokesman for civil society, so now they know how they operate. In terms of bringing them to speed as to why, if we really want to move forward as a nation, why we forgo the proportional representation with modifications, we do that. And for the parliament chiefs, now they benefit best by the proportional representation. I am going to take the responsibility and invite, I will go to now. Let me really explain, because now I will not be able. Maybe say, with the parliament chiefs, and look at the level of governance from the president. We don't introduce the local councils. The local councils, and they now. The district councils will get them. The chiefdom councils, they're not so. These are the ones that are dysfunctional for now. So if you get a district block system, each district gets chiefdoms. Like me, who's carrying a district, that's 13 chiefdoms a day. Right? So if a political party, based on the threshold given by a political party, now 5 representatives or 10 representatives support for Komona, now carrying a district, the 13 paramount chiefs will come up and then get a responsibility for demanding parties who they can submit to the district for representation. So they ask them what supposed to do and what you supposed to do, not do, and no blame on the system. So me, I would just want to take the opportunity for saying the paramount chiefs, they know with proportional representation, the district council chair, whether he APC or not, he get councillors. With the councillors and the MPs so common in district, with the paramount chiefs, if you sit down for determining the development of that country, when I go see say political party no the candidate. So me, I am a supporter of the proportional representation, but with explanation to the people so that they understand them better than this first past people. We will come on that in our children. We don't go out for Yeri first past the post. Because me also so my teacher will teach me. My teacher will teach me. Now class 3, now they are the killer. Because he don't support ABC at that time. He goes support other side. I know one for see that it happened as a result of the first past the post system. So me, now this contribution I have for make, I think say we need for do more education since timely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Quick clarification. As you don't talk, Doc, of course, okay, Doc, you want to talk?
I'm not in the business of reporters, but it's unfortunate that the Secretary General of APC don't left. But local, we had APC representatives. Whoa, but local. Even the mayor was with us throughout the day, that put local. In McKinney, we had the mayor. He even embarrassed himself there. Unfortunately, I'm not going to go into this. Because, yes, but he decided to affect it. But he was there. They were still represented there. You understand? But I'm just saying, in Waterloo, we also had representatives there. We did. I'm not in the business of reporters.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Hello, please, as they go to that post here, yes. Consultations.
Who is next?
Please. Okay, now go on. Yes, please.
Hello.
You go to the blue cap.
I am Augustine VK Kamara, a teacher and also an activist, of course, that have been part of my DNA. I'm glad for the part of such dialogue because now a mind mapping exercise and I don't learn a lot. Of course, I'm fortunate to be part of youth elections when ideas form up. I am the leader for East 3 Zone. Now, we will deliberately note them things there say, this system, it will be good. It will be good for Sierra Leone as youths because we are, at most, we are suffering much in terms of getting access to development programs and other activities that we for doing our community. And we make them straight away to the director of ideas. Thank God, not there now, but if we take note of that, say, if the proportional representation for survive and Sierra Leone for go through a sustainable development, we for ready for do proper awareness raising. Even when we be there, and some of we not be able to interpret the manual we then give we. So therefore, I'm too sorry because the service providers they don't left make citizens they want forget hot. But me personal plea now to the European Union and all other necessary stakeholders who may sponsor this process so that we will get massive awareness so that Sierra Leoneans will be peaceful and this dialogue will end well. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Civic education will follow. Give that man under the blue cap. Then we go I know one woman, okay. Then 2 women they go talk now. And yes, this hand and that woman then 2 go talk over here.
Yes, I want to thank you to the organizers. My name is Ibrahim Bangoa. I represent Youth Network in Elections and Governance. First of all, I want to make a recommendation that this tripartite committee, the recommendations there will be in a local fashion so that local people will be and then village themselves for get it in terms of audio or whatever form. Number 1,
state nationalism. It means let me not watch them from party or subjective view, but let me watch this particular thing from a state, something where it will benefit the state, not only the individual, but don't use one election for determining what we want, but let me watch it properly. For instance, the British doctor will say, how long before they use this particular election today, this system, then they change back to the other system? Why we don't prefer a particular one and therefore modify them to the way we want them? One thing we focus on are the context, Sierra Leone context. What it will fit me? Not all way fit Nigeria will fit Salone because of the context. So we pay key attention to that. And I'll be there in the next part consultation with Mr. Joe. Some of the consultants they also emphasize on this one, the context. Then we take the one we fit Salone context. For instance, let me make an example for youth. We all know say youth them, or last thing is them go and this country. We watch to how many youths them be able when I entrepreneur where they get that kind of money they no get. So how some other people, if you want to use the first part of the post, way more competitive. I want some their youth for compete with other people when they get money. So you have to look at all those things. So that's why we should be very, very mindful of the context. So I want to stop here.
Thank you very much. Come over here to the woman there. Please.
Yes, as I come over there, just don't forget through the coordinator, the point you make about language as part of the agenda for prepared jingles in most of the local languages. Thank you.
Yes. Start up the candle. One woman up, yes. Start up candle. We are not more than 2 minutes. Just make your 1 point. Take don't go so that.
Good afternoon. My name is Madam Fatima Momiduba from the All Political Parties Women Association APOA, and I speak with the words of the women. During the election, we get a slogan saying we just not tired of clapping dance. If you check the population with the women there, we more than the men. All this time here, the first past the post, we just clap and dance for Monday. When the time they reach for letting the real politics play, we are in the kitchen cooking for them. When it comes for represent, we the women, we are zero. So what did we say? The PR system, we support them to the fullest. Why I say so? First time there's no man and all day, and so they tell me, never mind, they are women, we are well educated. They can present themselves anywhere they go, but there's no man and all day. Look at the cabinet, it shows the results. Go to the parliament, you see women. Go to the council, you see women. What do we need? Now for now we see say the percentage for the MP, the 11.9 and that of 4.5, let it be reduced. We will see more women in the count board. The youth in the count board. The disability in the count board. We don't foresee again a war at this point. There is no joke. The difference of violence to the PR and that of the first past of the post. Pass you don't want to see it. We'll use the first past the post. The war we don't come up and when God make it don't stop, we don't want to see it again. Because we the women, the children, the disability, we suffer more. Not more than the men. Again, now just bring down this reality. Woman go there, you want to stand for the MP or councillor, you don't have that human resource. I mean the finance. That man gets money, you feel say you go compete with her. When we don't use this, you look at that, let's say if you don't get money, you don't win politics. How about the women? We don't get money more than enrich the men, but we get something upstairs. What we will contribute to nation development. Same goes for the youth, same for the people with disability. What we need is the PR. For there be inclusivity national. I rest my case.
Please, at the beginning, I know so one contribute plenty, but I will meet the Japanese committee with more suggestions. This process they go. I think after this woman, I will take one over here.
Me hand on your polongo.
Good afternoon.
One over here. Okay, I see hand up here there.
Okay.
Now, man.
Me hand on your polongo.
One up here. Over there. One up here. And one over there to conclude.
Me hand on there for longo.
Yes, all will talk a big.
No, I need for talk.
Yes, madam, go ahead.
Good afternoon, brethren. This to go to like the SLPP representative, man, where he say how the honorables do not get the right, not to them for, not to them for go meet all get issues. But when they go for go campaign, they go serving our areas, they go to parliament for go represent. So why would they get issue? Why not to them for go meet? Why not the local government for go meet? Then secondly, and they talk like all political parties that they are, and they talk to them. All are they choose honorables there when they want to let them represent the areas. Do you want to go to background check by the area? They talk some honorable when they need power and they go meet me. They talk to who vote for them. But when you meet something like this, then they talk to you fine. And thirdly, because some people like when they say I mean, in a power, like SFP in a power, you understand? Like APC they do the right thing, APC they work. But because of now APC person not saying in a power, if they do the right thing, they know they look at. They know they look at. And I try to tell the government back today, like if you don't have power, you don't have power. You don't have power. You know they do the right thing. You know they do the right thing. The honorables there, when they're in parliament, they're going to parliament, they eat free money. You know they do the right thing. They need to cut the salary of police. They're not for pay them. Because you know they eat free money when you know they do the work. You know they eat free money when they do the work. And thirdly, like we talk about this man, Robin Fallon, you understand? This why with the APC. If they do a very good work, he builds steel. Now Chef I build field. He employ people there. He pays to feed for people there. But because we the APC, every people they look at us. They marginalize and nobody look at us. They nobody look at us. So when we talk to the government, anybody like put in a palette, take her like Akitora, she's not doing her job. She's not because she's not doing her job because funny can say because not training her power, not to be business. No, it should not be like that. It should not be like that. This is Sierra and this is national dialogue. All says God will solve a lot of problems together with one. We all have Sierra and so the honourable they are a big winner. Now who put on a day? Now who put the first of who are they go there? Now not you that if the son are not stabbing me. When I stab you, one I should have given you. They keep you high. You appreciate that we are with you.
Thank you. Will they take only one more now? That man, that way put your hand, that white. The last. Can I go right off? Then you can go now. Right up and down.
You hand up with the balance too.
Please, hello. Now be patient.
No, wait.
Chairman, direct me, please. Chairman, direct me. Would I ask for the mic now?
Hello? The man in the white, last hand up. Right up yonder.
Yeah, good afternoon to we all. I think say, now this is the reason why make most of we know want the PR, because how go share the justice. They started at 5, they started at Modena at 1. So this is not done. Now make some of we there against this kind of PR because you may go share something you not for deserve. Come to me discussions, come to me topic. Wait me they say now, the first past the post system make you always stand on. You know why? Now we don't use to. Now we don't use for votes. Come to 2023 election. They announced first past the post. We see FET in parliament. Yeah? We see FET all over. Then take the result. Where are we today? So 2018 election, we began more than how many parties in our parliament? Today they all don't die because of the PR. So me they stand on say the first party post system is very good because working at development and with communities them. We don't go meet we honor and we don't use to them. That now we don't use to. We go meet we honor with the say we get social development of road or water. Okay. Then they help we. But today then they know they again. Now party now they go vote for. So it means you know to the happen. When they come up now, we go tell who picking and say we go picking and girl picking say where they go vote for that SMP green or go vote for that APC red. Now so we go continue. Now so the nation for continue. It will not for deparande. So the first past the post, now we don't use to. And inside you host, wait till you say, now they work for you fine. Now you for used to. If the first past the post don't use Nasalo, then they go very well. Why we not go do time?
Okay, thank you very much. Please, like I said, do you at the big una time don't go when I say time now? People don't consider the whole day, they don't eat it. So let's wrap up and give time that we will make more contribution. Now we go come for the last person that I talk to with a very key because he got a very high tax with His Excellency President Bio Dongia. He don't get the assignment for to be the principal executive advisor to the president and government, and also he don't make the head of the public sector reform. And all of this what they do now about reform, about the public sector. So therefore, now we don't put for let's talk to we so that we will conclude this discussion today. That another person of Dr. Emmanuel Gaima.
No, not to cow. We're all on there. We're supposed to complain. Like, what are we doing? You're complaining for. The use them of we are policy makers. We are part of policy making in this country. No, I know they talk. They're not giving permission for talk. They might be under. It's wrong. You're my boss, but it's wrong. What is
let me give a big hand to Dr. Gaima for let's talk to we short one.
Dr. Gaima, no, I need to talk there again. No, wait, they're not treat you here.
Good afternoon. I don't say the energy sugar level don't low. My assignment, if when I go to the program, they may ask me say let us summarize and then I conclude. But I will not take copious summary notes, but now that as if say sugar level don't low, I will try for super summarize. The first call my teacher, so I did that. So that permits me, if I mistake to talk and small, I mix the Creole. Why they can't fit on, I visit them and give me actually been an upline boy. Now school bring me kind of fit on, so my Creole not very good in case I know you talk and correctly when I have myself. Dr. Spencer will defend me and protect me. So primarily, I know say we all clear say we're there because of what now we don't popularly call the tripartite recommendation. And when they tell you for Kaya, I really did try to avoid, but Mr. Pemagidi and others, they always call me. But I'm afraid say let this thing not fasting for me too much because I don't be around them for too long. And I'm one for the hide my face small. So primarily we agree, I think the Chief Minister will mention that, say, this all desire by government to say, let we reach a stage in a salon where once we don't get elections, we don't vote, we all go accept the elections outcome and we all go embrace the new government. But as of now, they not change it until it change, until they change the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Act No. 6 of 1991. That constitution, the big law of the land, it only recognizes one outfit for lead on the elections process, although it will get support from other organs, neither the Electoral Commission for Salone. And if the people not happy of an election, then there was a need for, say, maybe the body really organize the elections, Lord try to look at them first, Lord see what's wrong. Till at the beginning that of all of this, we think we're gonna be in Tumani, October 23, and January 2024, we spent 6 months, instead of being one of the co-chairs from the government of Sierra Leone side, and on the side of the All People's Congress, we've been getting college mate friend and brother, Dr. Mara, Kelfola Mara, and Sarafin Wakana, we are the UN resident coordinator, we live in the middle. So because we get 3 chairmen there for the process, I make we call a tripartite, and because now the 14-man team, I make we call a committee. So among the 80 things that we put to government, one that be this. Somebody go and ask, say, why would we not be decide on the electoral system? Because I remember when Dr. Mahmoud made the talk this morning, We be also mindful, say, for let 14 people that go decide the fate of 8 million people, that be too fair. So for those of now that don't go to the recommendations there, I don't read them. Most of the issues that will be realized will require a little bit more conversation and discussion. We say, let them put onto a national dialogue, national consultation. But also one very important from a governance point of view, up to now, Salone will not even define what is a national consultation is. So like you see, for example, the political parties that can always hold the president, when the president can appoint people then, because they say the president for consult. But we not get a law, we not get a policy yet, we will say, this is consultation, how for do it? So if I take the telephone, I call somebody, I say, this I want to do, and I believe in a consultation, because that's not time it down. If you agree, you don't agree, once I don't tell you, I'll go on a consultation, because that's not time it down. And so we say, okay, let there be a national consultation, a national dialogue, and that's what they bring around there. So like when Dr. Spencer others and Honorable Apati Bobby they talk, the whole essence here, that we follow, we look at the two systems. But I can always say, for who study political science, when people make law or theory or system, always look at the law or the system from your backyard. Waiting in your backyard way good. Waiting in your backyard way bad. And that's now inform the process there. So since there are two systems that we don't operate with, the one what they call constituency, when I mean mama will go school, you know, sabi first past the post. Now constituency sabi the constituency election. And this PR system, when the party they leave for put people them together and then they go parliament, we feel say Saloma they don't try them too. And they have to view that, or the government will have to view that. Since Saloma they don't try them to them, they don't learn some experiences there, both from the constituency system and from the PR system. And therefore the consultation was, we're not going to talk to the people in bar, let them remember again. But because it can take time for people to recall all what's involved, international ideas and the tripartite secretariat, then bring Master Sabi people them, Mr. Pemabi and others then, they say, we're not going to check back. We're not look how this thing not operate in another country then. We're not look what's the good side and the bad side. We're not put it on paper and we're not come. We're not going to go from region to region and discuss with the people there and just like refresh them, make them remember again. They made them talk among themselves, may they agree. And ladies and gentlemen, this process is not new. Very early in my career, when I just left Teaching University, where I worked at UNDP in 2000 as governance advisor, we also been doing a consultation in this country on this same process. Then today, we will consult 14 districts. What do we do just after the war? Now come to be the cause. Out of the 14 districts, 9, they say they want PR at this country. So that the records are there with the UNDP, you can prove me a liar, when I go to the UNDP website 2000-2004. So that was the time when people didn't know about the process again. Now after all this consultation, in this room today, too many things that don't come around. People that don't give different views and position them. And they position them, these are the issues we need to talk about, the strength. For the PR, the biggest strength they say it will reduce tension. It will save money. It likely for people to come back together close as unions. For law will help yourself. They also make political processes not to become something where they bring bogosolo or confusion. It could pass in fact unknowingly to win. I think Alfonso even mentioned the Kenema incident, how very replaced quietly. Then the downside for now, people they say in the PR, oh the people that they vote for, they don't come back to we don't even know them, they don't know that we don't vote for. Now that argument say, so I can summarize now really. Then when you come back the constituency thing, what they call fast past the post, people then say, now we decide, now we go vote for the people that we want, sabi them, and therefore they will come back to we, because we sabi them, and they will say, now we put them there, and they will come back to we. Then the downside about that, also people then say, because now straight fight, you win or you lost, you get or you not get, a lot of confusion, a lot of halala, a lot of expert, and anytime we want MP die or something wrong with the people in the parliament, if we don't fight, the fight don't do, we are done cool, we can't begin fighting again fresh, and it will bring more tension. But also, if the government will not keep leading in a corner, say so tell make one small bridge, election come, because the law say, when MP die, there is a particular period, ECSA no go wait, they will announce who will do the election. Government must pull that money for that election. So if they will not keep money on side for one small project, because ECSA will not announce and government for honor that day, that small money the team will come out for go do that MP election back. So it means government will spend money on a continuous basis. So that argument that go for the whole day there are two arguments. This is good piece and this and that. This is not good because we will fit here and there and there. But the way that I say I want to say is we get for look at what is good for ourselves. So then book manage the two things. Then say we can come by decide on electoral system. Now the politicians they confuse the people then. You somebody go ask how. One, either the politicians themselves not understand the system, and therefore because they don't understand and they refuse to understand, now what they know, then they go tell the people them, we don't necessarily are the correct one. That book man say. The second one, that the people themselves, they can tell for tie themselves to only what they sabi. They're not the one trying new thing. And I see that at play in this room this morning, this afternoon. People then being say, this is what we know, or this is what we have. So for close the thing, let me start summarize, and I want to keep on. I want to ask a couple of questions. And this one, I'll do in English. Whether PR, whether constituency form, I get a question here, una answer for help una for the side, and you go help the tripartite secretariat. Now, whether PR or constituency, have we taken Sierra Leone's political history into consideration? Have we looked at politics, elections, and governance from 1961 to date into consideration, whether PR or first past the post? Is the electoral system, PR or constituency, appropriate based on the political history for Sierra Leone? Is it appropriate or inappropriate? Based on Usa Okomot and Usa Owango. Thirdly, whether PR or constituency is inclusive and participatory enough, able to carry all Mango, able to give chance for all man to get a say, able to give chance for all the different people here today. We don't get three classification. Oh, few say they will participate. We say woman, they will mama, they will sister, they will participate. We say young people never participate. Then we say people in brother don't get special need, special circumstances. Let's never participate. Now, between PR and first and constituency, which one they give them the biggest chance for better to be considered, for better to participate? Now, between PR and first past the post, which one go solve problem where we don't go member at election time? Like for example, person go die, or government go bankrupt, money not go there, or it will be say the MP go resign. Which one will readily address that issue without much shock to the system? And the big question is, for a poor country like Sierra Leone, between PR and first past the post, which one economical? Which one sustainable? Which one will do without to not go to the EU, get a high table, or the UN get a high table for when they do election money? Because they say who has a boss, calls it you. Without they pay for the election, because me I see election, and that's why 2023 elections, so if we encourage President Bill for finance, because for me I see election business that chop money. I'm not going to marry, I say me are adults, then I'm supposed to pay chop money in the house. We say we're independent, we're sovereign, or we come by election. We say basket fund. We finance the election. We get the money for finance the election, yes, maybe general election. We get the money for finance the subsequent by-election that will take place. Between the PR, first past the post, which one we'll look out for? Between the PR and the constituency one, they all two are part of the constitutional arrangement right now. They fit into the law or they're against the law. But then, more importantly, between the PR and the first past the post, which one gets the chances for reduced tension, bring peace, and bring cohesion and salute? On the basis of una individual answer to that, who will congregate, mindful that in the national pledge and the national anthem, we don't say we put salute first. For nation, God and conscience, between PR and first past the post, which one will serve salute interest best? I want to thank you.
I think though we don't tire now, no give dog bigger hands. I think the end, we don't ask you a lot of questions. We will take note as we say, this is not the end. The tripartite secretariat is open. When I go meet Mr. Ngolo Katadede and the staff them, and then we'll see, receive input on this process. So I think we are now coming to the conclusion